gas prices are up. We know about the price for a gallon of eggs. So that's some seriously good winning. I am totally stoked. Said no one ever. So we have numerous things to talk about. We have, Tulsi Gabbard, who's now the new director of intelligence. All Democrats voted against her. Mitch McConnell, surprisingly enough, voted against her nomination, which was a bit of a surprise. So Mitch is somebody that we should be watching here, as he's, going to be leaving the Senate at some point. He may get wheeled out or whatever that might look like, but I think that was an interesting vote. Anyway, I don't know if you heard about this, but let's go to the story itself. So the expenditure list came out from the Department of Defense and of the things that we would expect them to be purchasing for this future fiscal year. And as of last night, there was a reference to a purchase of $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles. Yes, you heard that right. The word got out, and then they changed the line item to armored electric vehicles. But we all know what this means. So this is the story. The Trump administration is expected to purchase $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles, according to the new State Department document detailing procurement for fiscal year 2025. Tesla chief exec, top White House official who's been leading the Department of Energy, or Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, a unit focused on shrinking the federal government and ferreting out corruption. The document does not specify what Tesla vehicles will be purchased by U.S. officials, but Musk's Cybertruck, with its militaristic design, crappy construction, and stainless steel exterior, could be an option. After reports circulated last night of the State Department's intent to purchase Tesla vehicles, the document was edited at 9:12 p.m. and now says the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles, but the word Tesla was removed. Responding to a segment by Rachel Maddow about the $400 million contract, Musk wrote on X Wednesday night, "Hey, at Maddow, why the lie? Too bad it's not." The State Department and Musk did not return requests for comments. Well, that's a bit of a issue. Conflict of interest much? And it is funny, because when you talk about Elon Musk and his disdain for conflict of interest, this is what he had to say about that.
Billions of dollars in contracts.
Hold on.
Received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense. Is that
we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do and
interest?
are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
Oh, I see. Wait, let's listen to that again. That's interesting.
You have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense. Is that
we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do
interest?
and are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all,
Wait, we're supposed to look at it doesn't present a conflict of interest. We're supposed to look at the individual contracts. Okay.
I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value.
Okay, the best value. So, by the way, his companies, SpaceX and Tesla, have secured over $18 billion in federal contracts since 2015, including $11.8 billion from NASA and $5 billion from the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, Tesla is facing Justice Department probes into autopilot safety and SEC lawsuits over disclosure violations, while SpaceX is battling a California Coastal Commission lawsuit over launch permits. That's interesting. Wow, I had no idea. Here's the funny part about that. Just this week, Monday, in fact, Elon Musk, SpaceX, was awarded a $38 million government contract. Wow, that is wild. That is wild. Again, Elon's companies, SpaceX and Tesla have secured $18 billion in federal contracts since 2015. $18 billion in federal contracts since 2015. So, let's think about this for a second. We're going to cut funding for childhood cancer research. The Republican budget is out now. They're going after your Medicaid. We already know that. They're going to cut your Social Security. They are going to end Head Start programs. They are going to go after childhood cancer research. They're going to defund the Department of Education. Elon Musk, meanwhile, has secured $18 billion in federal contracts since 2015. Just granted a $38 million contract this past week, and now the government is going to purchase $500 million in Cybertrucks, trash cans with wheels. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Nothing to see here. No corruption. I mean, above board. You heard it himself. He's transparent. You find a contract that's not legit. That's not the best contract. Again, let's listen to him again because I think he's so smart.
Let me know, because every one of them was.
Okay, yeah, just one more time.
You have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense. Is
Yes,
that
which we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do and
interest?
are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract.
Wait, it doesn't. Wait, his company's securing $18 billion in government contracts, including another $38 million contract this week, including $500 million in purchases of Cybertrucks. His company, a government that he's not even an official officer of. That's not a conflict of interest? Oh, okay.
Contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting in the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know. Oh. Because every one of them was.
Every one of those contracts were great. How would we know that, Elon? How would we know? Oh, we're supposed to go to the Doge website where there's an ad to buy Dogecoins and no data to back up your claims. Oh, I get it. We're supposed to go to the Doge X account, and that's where everything's there, except once again, there's no data to back up any of your claims. Remember what he said in the Oval. And by the way, that Oval Office appearance, if you haven't seen any of the video, go check it out. How diminished the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon looked sitting in his cup chair, right? While Elon's son X was, basically telling him to shut the fuck up. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, MAGA. Your guy being diminished like that. Dress code in the Oval Office is supposed to be suit and tie. That was mandated. That was mandated by the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon 34 times over. And Elon's walking in there in his jeans and his baseball cap and his kids running around, right? So, yeah. Anyway, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. So he stands there to the American people, lies to them, tells them that $50 million in condoms are being sent to Gaza. And Trump went one step further and said they're using them to make bombs. Yeah, you heard that audio, right? Did we play that yesterday? Yeah, this.
We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas.
Ooh.
50 million.
Really?
And you know what's happened
What?
to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs.
Did they?
How about
Wow, that's wild. I had no idea. Too bad when Elon was interviewed during that train wreck in the Oval Office, that he said he was confronted by a reporter and said, actually, no, those condoms went to the province of Gaza, which is in Mozambique, Africa, to help them stem the tide against HIV and AIDS and stop STDs. And then Elon said, well, if I made a mistake, we'll be transparent and we'll put it up on our website. But guess what? There's been no retraction. There's been no information to say, you know what, we fucked up. And then his answer was, well, we're not going to get it right all the time. Well, You got it wrong, and you allowed the president of the United States to go out there and tell the American people and gaslight them, and then the fucking mouth-breathing potatoes who support him, those smooth-brained traitors, have been sharing it in right-wing spaces as well. But no. Yeah, DCM, it is better. You don't know shit either. So that's the reality, right? You get this guy who's benefiting off of government contracts, taxpayer dollars. We're supposed to be rooting out corruption, and he is the one that is supposed to be policing against corruption, the same guy that's taking advantage of government contracts. He's made hundreds of billions of dollars off of these government contracts, and he's getting subsidized by taxpayers. Okay? So I want to talk about USAID and the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau in particular, because those two, I think, are front and center right now. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We appreciate you very, very much. And please consider subscribing to our channel. You can do so through FactsStillMatter.site. So USAID was one of the first government agencies that was on the chopping block for Elon and his team of camp counselors in training. And the question was why? Right? Why target an organization in our federal government that has less than 1% of the federal budget, right? Why? Well, maybe one of the reasons was because USAID gave Starlink a few $1 million in grants to provide Wi-Fi satellite access to Ukraine. What USAID uncovered was where they were questioning whether or not these resources that were allocated to Starlink were going to the cause that they said they were going to be used for what they said they were going to be used for. So there was an investigation starting up to explore said corruption, in air quotes. I wonder if that has anything to do with why Elon stepped in to have that case dismissed. I wonder. I don't know, maybe, but let's talk about the specifics of what USAID does on a global scale. I think the biggest thing that people forget is the humanitarian element and what that means geopolitically. So it's like this pitch for soft power, right? So good or bad, agree or disagree, when the United States invests in communities, when any country invests in communities around the world, whether it be through medical supplies or food or humanitarian aid, and then you wrap up those deliveries in an American flag, and you go put an American flag on the ground as you're delivering aid to impoverished communities or countries that are suffering through pandemics and or outbreaks of hemorrhagic fever or HIV/AIDS or whatever that might be. That's a powerful message. So it's using leverage in these cases, right? Again, agree or disagree, to build relationships, to open up trade routes, to be able to have access to get deference when it comes to mineral acquisition or things like that. So it's a geopolitical tool, call it soft power, by using the power of our federal government and the resources that we have to invest in these communities, because there's a big dividend to pay. So it's a massive dividend for American companies, for American consumers, for American taxpayers. It's a big win, right? Investing in global security, all these kinds of things. So when you end, then the converse is true. Like if you don't support these communities and you don't deliver these humanitarian aids, somebody else will. And that somebody is China. So they are waiting in the wings for these relationships that the U.S. has established with these countries. They're waiting in the wings, right? Mods, if anybody free for a second, there's something going on outside that I think I need to go deal with real quick because I'm really distracted by that. If anybody is available, if not, guys, just give me a second, and I'll be right back. I'm sorry, but I need to do that. Actually, hold on. AD, thank you. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry about that.
Go check the cat. While we're allowing Steve to do some stuff, please tap those fingers like that screen owes you money. I know I'm not Eve, and I haven't had much coffee, but I'm gonna be here to encourage you to let's get this pushed to the FYP. You know you have friends that probably need to hear these conversations, go ahead and hit that share. You can also copy link if you want to do that. That counts as a share. If you haven't joined our Discord, please come and join us. We have a great time there. We have great resources there. It's kind of the after party that we go to when we're not on this app. Also, of all the things, consider subscribing. We have our Facts Still Matter HQ. Go ahead and go to the factsstillmatter.site. Lots of good stuff going to be happening there no matter what happens here.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We've got so much snow, a gigantic amount just fell off my roof and it hit something on my porch.
The what?
And I'll
That
look at
four-letter
that
word.
later.
I
I'll
don't
look
know
at that
much.
later, but
I don't know much about that. I don't know what.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate you doing that for me.
You bet, sir.
All right, I'll talk to you later. All
You
right,
bet.
bye.
I'm here. You bet. Bye.
Okay, bye. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. So back to the USAID thing, right? So there's a geopolitical void that China is prepared. They're already expanding their reach from a humanitarian perspective, right? Resources. So there is two things at play here, right? Three things at play. One, USAID was investigating Musk and Starlink for possible corruption. You remove the opportunity for American companies to be part of the solutions from a humanitarian perspective in other parts of the world, and then China fills in the gap when we stop providing this. And guess who invests heavily in China? The largest Tesla plant in the world is in Shanghai. Okay? So an investment, the world's richest man investing in China, a country that stands to take advantage of Americans' interest in the world diminishing because of this so-called corruption. Meanwhile, he's being investigated for these crimes. So we talk about follow the money all the time. Well, there's a really, really good example. Okay. So let's now talk about the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau. Actually, we've got a guest request and we'll get into that in just a second. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Sure Winner, how are you today?
Hey man, good thanks. You're on a bit of a train of thought there. I'll let you finish that before I sort of talk to you about anything. If you
No, it's
like.
okay. What's on your mind?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sort of. No. Well, yeah, I mean, with Musk sort of cutting the funding towards global aid and things like that, I think in the long run this would help America's America's money, the country for America, the money for America, and the American economy. But the guy's so rich that he could probably, fund cancer research himself.
Yeah, he could. I mean, we talk every day that this is just a money grab on the back of the American citizens.
As in like for tariffs and things, or for like cutting global aid.
Well, who stands to gain from when American interests around the world are diminished because of so-called fraud and corruption? Again, the agency that's investigating Musk for fraud and corruption, he wants to end. China fills the void. He's got massive investments in China. So who stands to gain? Right?
Yeah, China. And
Well, Musk does. China certainly, but Musk does, along with a lot of other of the same oligarchs that are now in the American government. They have they're heavily invested in China as well.
yeah, maybe.
Maybe. What do you mean?
Well,
Maybe.
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're probably right.
The biggest Tesla plant in the world is in Shanghai.
Yeah. But aren't Tesla cars made in America?
They're made everywhere, like most cars. Again, the biggest Tesla plant in the world is in China.
Yeah, okay. So,
Are you a fan of Musk?
He's probably one of the baddies, one of the bad guys, but I mean, he does work very hard, which I
Does
do
he?
admire that.
Does he work hard?
Yeah,
How
from
do you
what
know?
I well, he works like over 12 hours a day, or about 12 hours a day every day, I think.
How do you know that? Is it because he tells you that?
I don't know. I've read about it, and all the work that he does, like what he's accomplished, is because of working that hard.
Again, did he tell you he works that hard? Because how did he make his money?
Um, yeah, I haven't heard from him personally. I don't speak to him personally, but it's just
Well, I mean,
yeah.
how did he make his money?
Oh, how did he make his money?
Yeah,
Well, he was broke at about 22, so he's completely self-made.
self-made,
Yeah, I've heard people.
self-made. So the money that he got from his family, you think that would be self-made?
Well, yeah, he was broke at about 24 or
So
25
the
or
money,
something.
the money that he got from his family, that he started his investments with, and then sold PayPal and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So how was he self-made?
Well, I mean, he had no money at that age that I mentioned, so
And he got money from whom?
yeah, maybe before he was 22 or 24, but
And he got
then
money. He got money from whom?
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, he was probably by his family. He was probably raised very well and didn't have to worry about money
Okay,
before that
so
age.
again, so
But
he wasn't self-made then, right?
well, I mean, he wouldn't be self-made if he used the money from his family to
Well, he
invest
did.
in
That's how he
things.
started. That's how he started his journey, and they just acquired
Well,
companies, right? So how
how,
is he
why,
self-made?
why was he broke at 22?
That's not the question, my guy. How was he self-made? You said self-made.
Yeah.
Self-made would mean I didn't get. Do you think Donald Trump is self-made?
No, not Donald
Okay, so
Trump.
Donald Trump started his journey to acquire wealth. How?
Yeah, through his dad, but like they're not the
Okay, so
same
if Trump's
people.
not if Trump's not self-made and he got money through his parents, Elon got money through his parents, but he is self-made.
Okay, the difference being that Trump wasn't broke at 22 and Elon Musk was.
How did Elon come out of his? He wasn't even. Yeah, I guess define broke.
Uh, Having like less than $100 in the bank account,
How do you
even
know
more.
that?
Oh, well, it's. I mean, let me just quickly Google search it, but I'm fairly certain that's a fact.
Yeah, but why are you stuck on the fact that at 22, even if he was broke? I mean, he got his money. He got his journey started from money from his parents. I don't know. I don't know how you define that as self-made.
How could he have invested any money if he didn't have any money at 22?
Where did he get his money?
From his parents before he was 22.
Okay, so that would not be self-made now, would it?
Well, if he lost all of that money and was completely broke, but then started from scratch with his own money,
How do you know
this
that
would
though? So Elon Musk described himself as being broke at 22, right? So then you would believe that?
well, I mean, why wouldn't I? What's
Think
the
about what
reason
you
not
just
to
said, my
believe?
guy. Think about what you
I
just said.
mean, yeah,
You
I
so
understand.
the guy who repeatedly lies about all this corruption and fraud and waste he's found, he's lied over and over and over and over again about it. He told you he was broke. You described him as self-made. He got his money from his parents. How the fuck is he self-made, my guy?
If what he's saying is true, then he's self-made.
But it's not. He got his money from his family.
All
Listen,
right,
dude. Let's start.
if
Let's
he's
start. Let's
lying
start again. Let's
about
start again.
that,
What'd you have for breakfast today?
um,
Nobody fucking cares. Oh my god. I guess I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Self-made, yes, exactly. Self-made means you got nothing, no help whatsoever, not millions of dollars, and then you just acquire companies. You didn't do anything. You just bought companies. The Why do people think that Elon Musk is like this hard-working guy? What does he do? What does he do? Is he working hard, getting government contracts totaling $18 billion? Is he working hard when he just gets a brand spanking new contract this week for SpaceX of $38 million? Is he working hard now that the government's going to buy $400 million worth of garbage cans? That's working hard? Man. All right, everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I appreciate y'all very much. So, I want to go back to the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau because that was another organization that's on his hit list. So, we talked about USAID, right? Makes sense to y'all? Gone through that exercise, right? You have investments in foreign countries. You wrap your investments, you wrap your humanitarian aid, you wrap your food, you wrap your medicine in an American flag. You go deliver it with all the fanfare. Call it expansionism, whatever you want. It's an effective geopolitical strategy. Call it soft power, right? So you go to these countries, you do that. It creates leverage. Obviously, that's great. Then USAID is suing him. So that, obviously, we know the reason there. So that's part of the reason why inspectors generals were removed at all these organizations, because there's a whole laundry list of government agencies that are questioning his veracity and his curiosity and his legitimacy. And I'll go through that in just a second. But let's talk about the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau. The Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau is, again, something that they want to shut down, okay? There is absolutely no reason why. So there's two things in play here. First, the budget for fiscal 25, right, the current budget year that they're in for the CFPB is $883 million. Sounds like a lot, and it is, but a return on $21.5 billion. The Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau does that. They are set up specifically and exclusively to protect consumers from fraud, bank fraud, wire fraud, predatory lending. There was a settlement with Wells Fargo to the tune of $2 billion recently that went back to consumers. So this is an organization that is set up strictly to protect consumers from fraud, right? Why would you want to do away with that particular agency? Maybe there's some illegitimacy in your businesses that they found. Maybe, I don't know, right? It keeps banks in lines. It protects us from fraud, from ridiculous interest rates, and information, and it protects consumers from medical debt being attached to your bankruptcies potentially, so your credit scores are not affected. These are all great things. $883 million investment, if you will, budget for a $21.3 billion return. Where's the loss there? Where's the miss? Why would we not want to invest in an organization like that is standing there protecting consumers? I don't know. Well, this goes to some of the investigations that are now facing Mr. Musk and Tesla. So the New York Times did this great breakdown. So I'm just going to take you through this. So SpaceX, one of Musk's companies, is under investigation for violations. They've been fined. There's a review on Starbase. There's lawsuits and complaints filed by the Department of Transportation, the Department of Interior, the Department of Justice, and the National Labor Relations Board, which again is an agency that they want to gut. Okay? Tesla, also under investigation and lawsuits, complaints filed by, again, the National Labor Relations Board, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, which again is one of the government agencies that he wants to cut, and also by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB. Well, what do you know? The CFPB has received complaints against Musk and Tesla. An organization that is set up to protect consumers from fraud and corruption, an organization that has an $883 million budget with a $21.6 billion return that goes back to consumers, but we should close them down. It's just a coincidence, though, that there have been complaints lobbied on behalf of consumers against Tesla by the CFPB. Okay. Neuralink, also under investigation by the Department of Agriculture and by the Security and Exchange Commissions. He's gone on record recently saying how much he hates the SEC. Gee, I wonder why. Also, X being investigated by the National Labor Relations Board and by the Security and Exchange Commissions. That's wild. Department of Defense investigating him for security clearance. Complaints filed by the FEC, the Federal Elections Commissions, against Elon personally, and then the Office of Government Ethics investigating him for his place in government prior to him becoming an unelected bureaucrat. So, here's how it closes out. Trump fired 3 executives, effectively paralyzing the National Labor Relations Board. Right? Remember, the National Labor Relations Board is one of the groups that is investigating Elon Musk. The National Labor Relations Board is a watchdog group for workers, which was investigating or in regulatory battles with X, SpaceX, and Tesla, all companies owned by Elon. Funny, Trump has also tried to remove the chairperson of the FEC, which is a campaign finance agency, and 2 Democrats stepped down, leaving a Republican majority at the SEC, a watchdog investors. Both groups have received complaints and are investigating one Elon Musk. But again, total transparency. I mean, nothing to see here. He's above board. He's not lying he's not standing in the Oval Office acting as president while the diminished, twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing convicted felon sits there in his cup chair, perpetuating the lies. So that's who he is. I wonder, though. I wonder, because I was in over the weekend, I was following someone on TikTok. They were talking about how all this information is public. So again, I jumped into the live and we went through the exercise together and nothing was public. And I'm like, where are you getting this information? And they're like, well, from the Doge account on X. I'm like, okay. So the person who's claiming there's all this fraud and corruption is the person who owns X. Do you think that's a legitimate source? And of course their answer was yes. I said, okay, but where's the evidence? Like, is it just this person's word for it? Are you saying Musk is lying? Yes, I'm saying Musk is lying. I don't know why it's so difficult for people to understand. But anyway. Yeah, conflict of interest much? I know. E. Jones, how are you today?
This would be like.
Hello? E. Jones, are you there? E. Jones, are you there? Hello?
Wow, I thought we didn't get out of the truck.
I guess not. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Swish.
Hey, friend. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good. Doing well. Hey, listen, I just wanted to jump up very briefly and talk about and add to the CFPB conversation because I see a lot of people across TikTok on the other side cheering, getting rid of all the waste. We don't need this, but people need to understand what CFPB does, right? So I work in an industry where I make sure that banks are following CFPB guidelines so they are not placing an auctioneer on your front porch and taking your house without following the rules, right? The CFPB has to do with debt collection and how many times and when a debt collector can call you, what information they have to provide.
Right.
To identify themselves. CFPB keeps them from, coming to your job, coming to your doorstep. There's a lot of protections that unless people are looking into it, they don't understand that they have, right? And I know I'm preaching to the choir to those who are concerned about this, but, where I am and in the industry that I work in, it's a very different ball game here down south than it is up north in terms of how foreclosure and eviction works. The population, a large population of those who would be affected by these protections not being in place are those who are going to be in the find out stage. And that's all I'll say about that without being, So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate everything you do as usual, sir. And I don't know by the look on your face, so if you could just confirm, are you Zen, Steve?
I am fucking zen. Absolutely, Swish. Available in the merch store.
Fantastic.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Talk to you
All
later.
right, love you much. You want to drop me down?
You got it. Thanks a lot. Um, again, she's right. I mean, this is a government agency whose sole responsibility is to protect consumers from fraud. That's it. Their entire model is that $883 million budget with a $21 billion return. That's a pretty good ROI. Pretty good ROI, don't you think? Yeah. So here we are. Musk getting $400 million from the government for Tesla trucks. That they had to change the language on the requisitions to armored electric vehicles because it initially said Tesla. No conflict of interest there. Stands in the White House, says nothing to see here. All my contracts are legit. $18 billion since 2015 in government contracts, to which he's made billions and billions and billions of dollars on, which is actually attributed to a lot of his wealth. He gets these government subsidies. He's now standing to gain from more Trump tax cuts. Just got another contract from SpaceX this week for $38 million. And this is the guy who's going through the budget claiming that research for children's childhood cancer is wasted money. SNAP benefits, WIC, government aid, government assistance. Now we know the Republicans are going after Medicaid in their budget, looking to carve out trillions of dollars, and they say that's it, right? Right? Nice. So nice. So nice. So nice. Love it. Love it here. Love this timeline. Love it. You're not connecting, friend. You can request again if you want, buddy. Gotta bring it back up. All right. We've got so much more to talk about on this topic, guys, but if you guys could please continue to do me a solid and just keep tapping like crazy. Royal, how are you today?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to follow up on what Swish was talking about because as far as the CFPB goes, anybody who doesn't know what they do, I actually experienced it firsthand as an employee at a company that went head to head with the CFPB back in 2019. I worked for a company that lended out money for auto loans to military members. And I worked in the collection department at the time, and we would do the typical, call people and, hey, you missed your payment, and 90% of the time they would just make their payment and that was it, But for the people who we couldn't get in touch with, I started to notice a trend where, instead of it just being, call, leave a voicemail and the typical, our management team was telling us to find their chain of command and go up the line, like as high as you could find, and call them and basically rat them out to their chain of command and that they were not paying their car loan. And this was getting these military members in trouble with their chain of command, essentially. And I ended up quitting this job because I felt like that was horrible. It didn't feel right to be calling. It didn't feel legal. So I ended up leaving the company. And around that time that I was putting in my 2 weeks, the vice president of the company came out and announced his resignation just suddenly to the floor. And that seemed interesting. And we come to find out the CFPB had been notified and had put forth a lawsuit on behalf of over 1,000 customers that were military members. Again, I feel it's important to point that out. These are our military members. They
Right.
fight the hard fight for us,
Right.
Long story short, the CFPB won the lawsuit for these customers. The company had to pay over $1 million out back to these customers for the harm that they had done, and it was enough that the company couldn't even keep up and running anymore. It shut them down, and I'm willing to say, even as somebody who worked for this company, they deserved that. We need things like the CFPB to protect consumers.
Correct.
The fact that we have a billionaire bureaucrat saying we don't need the CFPB is alarming, and it should be to anyone. We need these checks and balances in place to protect us.
Mm-hmm.
And I just really wanted to put that story out there for other people to know, just so you have something to, when you're talking to people who don't understand why this is important, you can use this story, look it up. SNAAC was the company name. You can look up the entire lawsuit online, and it's alarming. I'm really alarmed that we are not taking that seriously.
Yeah, I agree. And like we talk about every day here, like we try to talk about these things because we don't feel like the mainstream media is covering it enough the way that they should be and connecting the dots. Like, again, it's follow the money, right? When there's an investigation on behalf of consumers filed by the CFPB against Tesla and SpaceX, then it would make you wonder, said no one ever, why these organizations are on the chopping block, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what you do here, Steve. I listen every morning. I feel more informed since listening to you, and it's helped me with my conversations with family and friends who are less informed. I really appreciate all that you do.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you, friend, for being here. You have a good day, okay?
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, there's so many examples. I think it was the Wells Fargo lawsuit, right, where there were hidden fees and ended up being like a $2 billion settlement that went back to consumers. So I think it was a class action lawsuit, but it's still the same kind of situation. The reason that medical debt is no longer included from on a credit report perspective is because of the CFPB. Things like that. Again, $883 million budget with a $21 billion return. That's an organization. I don't care what side of the aisle you sit. I don't care what your political affiliation is. I don't care. It's irrelevant. Think about what I just said. $883 million investment, a $21 billion return for consumers fighting against fraud. Now, listen, you can fanboy all the fuck you want, but don't be stupid. Let me rephrase. We know many of you are stupid. Let me rephrase. We know many of you don't care because you'll simp for billionaires. But as a reminder, the CFPB is out there protecting you. And I think it's just disturbing that people would be cheering that on. Okay? I have a phrase for you on that regard. It's fructose intolerant. The definition of fructose intolerant is the condition. Hold on. I have it here. I can read it. It is the condition of being completely unable to tolerate other people's bullshit. That would be fructose intolerant. The condition of being completely unable to tolerate other people's bullshit. So, fructose intolerance for the win. Yeah, right? It's our daily visit from our friend and our neighbor to the north. Good day, friend.
Friendly neighbor from up north. How's it going, eh?
It's going well, Benny. What you got for me today, big guy?
Oh, well, I missed yesterday. I was a little bit sick there. We got that storm coming. Hasn't hit us yet, but we're gonna have basically a fuck ton of snow later today, so that's fun.
Yeah.
And this morning again, same old. Brew my cup of coffee, stand outside, look atop my mountain, look down at America, and go, "Oh, that's pretty fucked up, eh?" Well, I was checking my socials this morning, which was probably a mistake. I shouldn't start my day that way. And, the first few posts I end up seeing are, we got Americans commenting on the fact that we got all of Canada's premiers from all 10 provinces and all 3 territories down in Washington. And the common consensus amongst Americans is, oh my goodness, is Canada going to kiss the ring? 51st state? Let's fucking go? And I'm just giving my head a fucking shake. Like, guys, no.
No.
You,
No.
you have to understand is that Canadians, we don't want a conflict. We're not ones to throw the first stone. We're absolutely ready to defend ourselves, but we're not kissing no ring. Fuck that. No, actually what we were doing is we were sizing up the White House and deciding which which material tends to burn better, you know? Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're starting to see a lot of, I kind of like a spicy Trudeau, to be honest, and about how he's talked about. He's gone right at American consumers, say this is going to really hurt you. And it's one thing to say, how, obviously the relationship may be damaged beyond repair. I don't know, but this is really going to hurt American consumers. I mean, just the isolationist rhetoric that we're hearing again.
Well, like he was in Brussels yesterday, and he was like, "There's not a snowball's chance in hell we'll become the 51st state," and like, I'm here for it. This is the same kind of energy he was given during the early 2020s during COVID-19. This was him addressing the country, like, guys, stay home, please, stay home. Mm-hmm. So I'm here for it. It sucks that it took him resigning to really give that kind of energy, but it's what we need to hear right now.
I agree.
It's really helping. I mean, look, I could hammer on about how fired up Canadians are, but at the same time, it's been literally stressing me to the point that I've been like, the reason I was sick yesterday was because I've been so physically sick from the amount of anxiety, and I got to be honest, I can put on a good front. I can sound like I'm spicy and fired up, but at the end of the day, I got a family. I'm scared. I'm scared just like everyone else.
I get it.
These are unprecedented times. Well, technically, we're always living in unprecedented times, so I shouldn't say that. But
well, I say that a lot. Could there be one day where things were precedented for a change? Let's get back to boring.
I miss the days when
politics to be boring.
I miss the days when America didn't even, they totally forgot we existed and just said we live in igloos and had pet beavers and polar bears. Like, let's go back to those days. I don't want to.
Well, Benny, there's lots of Americans that still think that.
Well, that's true. A lot of them couldn't even point it out on a fucking map. Let's be real, Steve.
That's true. Hey, living in this imaginary place of Vermont that doesn't exist. Ask people where that is. And they're like, isn't that like near?
Well, hey, look,
isn't that a town in New York?
We were talking about. I was talking it over with the Council of Canada, and the Order of the Cobra Chicken, and we were reviewing people's applications to become honorary Canadians, yours and company included. We've decided to accept your application, but Steve, there's a couple of conditions. I got to be honest with you here.
Okay, I'm ready.
The first one is you have to agree that the quality of our meat is far better than yours.
So you're saying that your meat is better than mine, Benny? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The quality of our meat products are better than America's.
Okay, so again, just to be clear, you're claiming that your meat is better than my meat.
That's right.
What you're saying. Okay. I'll have to consider that, and depending on what the next question is.
And the second one, see, I think this is where I might get you. You have to agree, and you have to concede that Quebec syrup is better than Vermont syrup.
I love you, Benny. Sorry, I couldn't resist, man. I couldn't resist.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. I'm a little scared, actually. I just wanted to go out there and tell the world what's happening in Worcester, Mass, real quick.
Yeah, I mean,
we became the first transgender LGBTQI sanctuary city in the entire country.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm super proud, but also, what some people may not realize is that I work in the transgender community, and I will be escorting people into the city to their clubhouses today. And now we're a giant target thanks to MAGA and Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an incredibly amazing thing that in the face of all these things that decision was made. So I think that I hope more cities do the same thing.
I hope so too, and it takes the stress off of us.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you for letting me come up to make people aware of it, because they just don't even know what's going on up here. They think we're like some mental health crisis city, and I'm like, yo, homie, Sigmund Freud visited our city, not any other city in the United States of America. We have 10 colleges. Right. Clarence Thomas went there. Not that I, really care much about him, but so did Anthony Fauci. Holy cross.
Right.
We have the best hospitals, and they're sitting there dogging us like we're a mental health case city. It's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, all hail Worcester.
Yes, all hail the woo.
That's right. The woo. The woo. Well, thank you for bringing that up to our attention, Janice.
Yes, and thank you for having me. I've been trying to get it out.
Absolutely. I appreciate you being here. You have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thanks. That's good news. That's really good news, actually. Benny, I can't bring you back up after that, dude. That's the ultimate mic drop. You got to let me have that. You got to let me have that victory today. I mean, listen, we can debate whose meat's better, yours or mine, but when we get into syrup, dude. Hey, Chad, how are you today?
Doing great. Yourself?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Just let me. I just wanted to update you on my business idea. So, I have an interview scheduled for Monday for a local interview about meals with a friend.
That's great.
Yep, in the morning, and then I'm gonna have another interview scheduled later in the week or next week for a national interview with a dude from Marinette that works out of Madison. So, I mean, things are up and up. And also, one of you, I'm gonna get an interview on TikTok with one of the ladies that I think Jessica, or one of your good friends on
That's
here.
great.
Yeah.
That's great, Chad. That's great.
Yeah.
See, I mean, positive, again, I know you reached out. We chatted a little bit about how we can get stuff done. And I think you were on the Misbehaving Women podcast. I believe.
Yes, that was that. That's it. Yes.
That's right. That's great. It's so great to hear, man. It's so great to hear. I appreciate you updating on this. That's really good to hear, Chad. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
You too.
You too.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, brother. Talk to you later.
Good day.
That's great. I love to hear things like that. Our community helping others again. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Once again, please consider subscribing. Lots of cool stuff over there, and soon to be had subscriber only content. Hey now, but you have to go there to subscribe. Chronicles, how are you today? Chronicles of Chaotic Kitty, how are you today? Chronicles, are you there? I guess not. Okay. All right. Michelle, how are you today?
I'm okay. I got a question. Now, they allowed they unfroze the resigning, federal workers resigning.
Yeah, there's lots of litigation connected to illegal firings. There's been some pauses put on decisions. There was a circuit court judge who stepped in to say freezing these funds is illegal, and instead of the Republicans accepting that, they decided to file articles of impeachment against said judge. So
yeah, I laughed at that. But my question is if it had been Biden that wanted something that required Congress to okay it, funds for it, and he went without Congress, MAGA would have been complaining.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. That's the hypocrisy that we deal with every single day, right?
Now, all those people that took that offer, federal workers that took the offer to resign, apparently are going to go ahead and get paid without Congress okaying it.
Right, or not okaying it, but yeah, that's I mean, everything we talk about, we just talk about this, Michelle, and thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you. That's the circumstance that we're dealing with now, right? We don't. Everybody says, but that's illegal, guys. Like I said this yesterday, we just have to accept that everything they're doing is illegal. We need to stop we need to stop acting like it's somebody's going to step in and stop it, because if it's not us that's going to stop it, it is somebody else, meaning that it's going to be the court system. And we expect that to happen. It's not going to happen. So the resistance is everywhere if you know where to look, right? I think this is another example of why it's so important to talk about the things the way in which we do. Eve, are you in the box? Would you mind just jumping in real quick? I want to caution people to stop thinking that there are rules and regs in place, right? Meaning a system that is going to stop this corruption, because it's not going to happen, because the courts are stacked against us. We can't count on Republican cowards in Congress, although there's been a little bit of pushback lately, and I'll cover that in just a second. I just got to step out real quick. If one of the mods can just step in, guys, I'd appreciate that. I'll be right back, y'all. Sorry about that. Everybody hang in there, tap like crazy.
Hi, good morning. Acceptance there. I did not realize that. Sorry, wait. Well, as you know, I'm here to remind everybody to support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He's here every day with that feral fist of freedom, bringing you facts over feelings, because facts still matter, and they always will. So, if you have the means, let's help Fax meet his gift goal. You can find the pay apps of the link tree of his bio, as well as the Fax HQ link and Discord link. You can also reach the Fax HQ by FactsStillMatter.site, and you can purchase merch there. And if you're a sub, you get 10% off. It's one of our perks. If you're not a sub, I'm going to start questioning your loyalty. It's only $3
Seriously.
a month. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's a hell of a deal, you guys. Yeah, get on it. As I mentioned, we are adding these perks for our subscribing members. I have personally made with my own two little hands a set of 3 Fuck Your Feeling bookmarks. I actually have sent out 2 from the beginning of the month for orders that were placed before we made this announcement. So I want to say thank you to Michelle F. and Julie D. very much for your support. Those went out this morning on my way to work. So thank you again. Also, speaking of Discord, it is our fun-free forum for the Facts family to frolic. You can join the server by clicking the link. I suggest copying the link and pasting it into a browser. That usually works better. But if for some reason that link doesn't work, then just reach out to a moderator and we'll hook you up. Now, when you join, it's very important that you verify your account by opening a ticket. It is a little bit of a process, but we can help walk you through it in the unverified lobby. We work really hard to keep this a safe space for our community, so it is important that you go through that. Now, if you haven't already, please click that follow or heart me up at the top next to Fax's name. For the cost of a penny, you can join the team. You can do this every day, and it helps to keep us relevant and on the FYP. Let's see. I did mention that we have a gift goal, and we'd love to reach it, but if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that you interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, just click the copy link. It works the same as a share, and no one will be the wiser. Plus, it's a great time to make some new friends in the chat. When you interact with each other, you make new friends, and this is the greatest community on TikTok. After this live stream, when y'all have a chance, head on over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matters on YouTube. You can rewatch shows. If you missed any information and you need to go back and find that out, this is a great way to do that. Subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. So with that, I'm just going to say, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve. And when you guys are checking out the Facts HQ, you can thank Eve and Erica for their awesome work over there. So thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
You're
Ready?
very welcome. I am.
Don, I know you're chirping in the chat, and you may not like it that people would like to contribute to our community, but no one's forced. No one's forced to make any purchases here. It's a way to show support to the channel, just like every other creator. Just like I know, Don, when people walk into your establishment as you're training to be an assistant manager at the Waffle House, you may not get the adoration and support from people who care about you, but that's our community here. So sorry, Don. You can miss me with your nonsense. And I know you're just jealous. I mean, who wouldn't be jealous, right? Seriously. Okay, back to the party at hand. We're starting to get a little sort of peek into the budgets that want to be introduced. The Republican House and the Republican Senate are arguing over how they want to address specifically the tax cuts. Well, we know that the House bill calls for deep cuts into SNAP programs. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security will be on the chopping block because they have to figure out a way to pay for these tax cuts. $4.5 trillion roughly. They are talking about cutting spending, but we know we've talked about the areas in which they're going to cut it, and this is one of the areas. So the higher level of spending cuts in the newly released House Republican, this is reporting from Politico, the higher level of spending cuts released by the House means some current food aid benefits for low-income Americans will likely be reduced, according to two GOP lawmakers. House Republicans are already targeting expanded work requirements across SNAP programs, which currently helps to feed more than 40 million low-income Americans. But the new plan, to be marked up in the House Budget Committee today, contains instructions for the Agriculture Committee to slash $230 billion across programs under its purview, meaning work requirements and changes to state waivers alone won't reach that target number, said the lawmakers with knowledge about the ongoing talks. Cutting current benefits to low-income families have been a point of tension within a handful of Republicans in competitive districts who are warning against deep cuts across safety net programs ahead of the 2026 midterms. So changing the rules for whether or not you can receive benefits will not be enough. They know they're going to have to cut it. The Republican Party claims again that they want to lower costs for the average everyday American to justify giving tax cuts to the richest, including the richest man in the world, who's already making billions on the back of taxpayer dollars, or American taxpayers. To pay for those things, they're going to cut SNAP benefits. To pay for those things, they're going to cut Medicaid. To pay for those things, they're going to cut Social Security. To pay for those things, they're going to cut childhood cancer research so that they can buy trash cans on wheels. Inflation is up to 3%. Gas prices are up again. Stock market closed down 220 points yesterday. All that winning. We're going to cut foreign aid, which will also ultimately punish American corporations who provide some of the resources that are used to deliver those aid or that aid around the world. China is going to fill in that vacuum. We're tariffing the shit out of our number one trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and China. Now we're threatening trade tariffs against the EU and other nations around the world, which again will harm American consumers because they will retaliate. And we've got members of Congress introducing bills to rename Greenland by acquiring Greenland and renaming it Red, White, and Blue Land. We told you so. We told you that this was going to happen. We told you, but you didn't listen, and now we're here. Good morning, Justin. How are you today?
You're doing as well as can be, and hope you're doing the same.
Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
So, we were talking a little bit ago about the CFPB and Elon Musk's entanglements with that.
Right.
I think there's one that we haven't yet addressed, and that is the fact that with X, he's trying to expand it to have a payment platform much akin to PayPal, Cash App, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big things is that by clearing out the CFPB, he's able to knock back some of the hurdles in establishing that for X. So it's not just about his past, the investigations there, it's about his future and his expansion of his network.
That's a really good point. So what you're talking about is he wants to use X as a payment tool, basically.
Yep.
And it's, which is why there's this heavily investment in digital currency, and that's his whole model. And he wants regulations gone, and he wants the National Labor Relations Board, and he wants the CFPB to not be in his way.
Yes, indeed. Stay caffeinated.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Yeah, but nothing to see here, right? No corruption, no conflicts of interest. And just as a reminder, standing in the Oval Office with the sub-president, with Elon Musk's little boy basically telling Trump to shut the fuck up, which was great. How old do we think X is, his son? He's under 10, right? 7 or 8. For those of you who are parents, when you hear your kids say something in school or to a teacher or to a friend, they learn. Is he 4 or 5? Okay. They learned it from us, right? So they are repeating what their parents said. So you're not the president. You should just go away is one thing that X said. And then basically you should just shut the fuck up. You're not the president. Where do you think he got that from? That was quite a moment for the American president who, although most people around the world don't like this, who is in the most powerful seat literally in the world, right? And so diminished, so weak, sitting there while Musk is dancing. It was a performative stunt to bring his kid. I mean, we know that. He did it to slap it. He violated the dress code. There's a strict dress code in the Oval Office by Trump. Everybody's got to be in suit and ties. That's the deal. And Elon walks in there, nothing to, I'm going to wear my cap backwards or whatever else in my jeans, and I'm going to bring my kid and going to let him run around like crazy, right? And X is dropping F-bombs across the Resolute desk, and and then the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster felon just has to sit there and take it. He bought the election, so he figures he owns them now, right? It's so wild. It's so weak. Gosh, MAGA. You guys are so weak that you let that happen. It's wild. Hey, Royalty, how are you today?
Morning. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing. That's what I'll say.
Just wanted to come out to a second and remind people to get up and go vote on April the 1st. In Florida, April 1st. Get up and go first. District 1 and District 6.
Absolutely. That's a great time to mention that. On Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time, I'll be interviewing Gabe Alamont, who's running for that seat in District 1, Matt Gaetz' old seat. She'll join us at 9 a.m. Eastern time. We'll talk about it as long as we need to. Also working to try to do the same thing with Josh Wheel. There's an organization that supports both of them. It's called nationalgroundgame.com, and you can find the link in the link tree that is in my bio. It's a PAC designed to generate activity in all 50 states. They are a funding arm for both these campaigns. You guys ask us every day, right? Ask us every day what can you do? To Royalty's point, this is what you can do. If you're in that district, they need people to register to vote. They need door knockers. They need phone bankers. They need money. They're doing a really good job fundraising, but National Ground Game is a grassroots powered PAC that deploys organizers in all 50 states. They strive to spark meaningful conversations that inspire action toward a transformative working class agenda. They envision a political sphere that champions the interest of the working class American in every state. The challenges we face require a united, informed, and engaged public. Deep canvassing can change the conversation from divisive rhetoric to collaborative problem solving. By addressing voters' concerns on a personal level, deep canvassing has the power to mobilize communities, strengthen democracy, and bring about real, lasting change. Those elections are April 1st. Those 2 seats flip in Florida. The House is tied and deadlocked. And then it comes down to a seat in northern New York, Elise Stephanik's old district, which is now potentially in play.
That's all I wanted to come up and say, and also say good morning. And you have a good day, okay?
Thank you, Royalty. You too, friend. I appreciate you. So again, there's things that we can do, right? There are things that we can do every single day. We talk about flexing your activism muscle. It is a muscle that you need to exercise it and to extend your reach into your communities. Like, are you going to school board meetings? Are you volunteering in your community? The least you can do is go to nationalgroundgame.com, fill out the form, talk about canvassing, phone banking, texting, things that you can do. You don't have to be in the district. If you live in the district, volunteer to door knock. If you live outside the district, go to the district, volunteer to door knock. We have not heard much from the DNC in this race, which is disturbing to me when there is a race that potentially could stop the fascist takeover of our government in its tracks. Because remember, it's currently a 1-seat margin because there's 3 open seats, right? They can lose 1 vote. So the more that we can do to stop it now, the better off we'll all be. And imagine Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, right? Just think about that. And think about the daily conversations pushing back against the fascist agenda, because nothing will get done, which is unfortunate. But that leads to the government shutdown. And I want to talk about that in a minute. But there are things you can do. So again, nationalgroundgame.com. You'll find the link in the link tree that's in my bio. Please head on over there to do that. And consider, again, joining our team here. Hey, Pyle. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
So last night I did a little bit of reflection after getting off of Alive, and it bothers me that the perception that I had of America, the star-spangled awesomeness of America and how virtuous and noble that we try to portray ourselves as. I'm worried that was not necessarily the case. I'm worried that if you really take a deep dive into our history, what if we're not the good guy that we've always portrayed ourselves to be? Not to say that there's not a good portion of the United States that are empathic and have, they're guided by morality and try to progress, honest, virtuous, aspects of life, and community. But I can't help but to think that throughout our history, we've continued to take what we want. We've disparaged groups of people along the way. And I feel like it's as I look back at our history, I can't help but to wonder, like, this fight of greed versus empathy has always been there. It's always been there. And it kind of swings back and forth. And it's encouraged me to really take a deeper dive into understanding who are we really? Because we see how the rest of the world looks at us. And for the life of us, or at least I like speaking for myself, for the life of me, I'm like, why would you think America is that way? Why would you view us in that light when it seems like what we're trying to do is to provide stability and honor and democracy throughout the world? Yet there are glaring examples throughout our history where we have taken by force, we've marginalized people, and we're doing it all over again. And I don't know, it's a bit of a gut punch for me. Ever since Donald Trump has come on the scene, it's exposed an underbelly of our society that I did not want to recognize that was there. With the racism, the disregard of other people. And it makes me believe, like, are we just kind of a parasite, that uses up everything in the world, and we try to strive for progress, but as soon as we've done things to our own detriment, then it somehow excuses us to disregard our principles to survive or keep up with that the stance of being the number one country in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad you're starting to see it. You know, marginalized communities in our country have always known that, and anybody who's ever sort of studied history knows the origins of our country are rooted in white supremacy. You know, a country built by white men to benefit white men. That's always been the case. So I'm glad that you're starting. I'm not glad, but I'm glad that you're starting to see it because it's always been there, right? And in the talk of patriotism, the talk about American excellence, it's all just a lie to justify what we do in the world. Now, that's not to say that there are things about our country that are unique, and I always think it's the diversity that makes us potentially strong. But we've never been great.
Yeah.
We've never been the greatest country on earth. We can't. People to make that claim have been blinded by it as well. I mean, there's so many people that are a victim to the patriarchy and to the system. The claim that we are somehow, you know, the moral authority. So that's why people, you know, I hear these debates about saying, well, you support China because in their slave labor. No one is talking about that. But for people to make that criticism and yet be not wanting to pay people more in our country for the work that they do, it's the hypocrisy for me.
I mean, just
I'm glad you're starting to see it. I'm glad you're starting to see it. Well, I'm going to say I'm glad you're starting to see it, but it's always been there.
Yeah.
It's always been there.
But I just think about the level that we take from the world. Like we're the number one consumer in the world.
Yeah.
And once we've gotten ourselves into a position where we're not, like we can't sustain this practice any longer. And instead of trying to progress our consumption or like restructure us, you know, to be like a better part of a global community, here we are shaking down other countries and threatening to take other stuff in order to sustain our greed.
Exactly. Well, yeah, the ruling class is greed, right? It's and that's the worst part to me. And like I said, it's always been there. It's nothing new. Our 250-year history is dotted with racism and anti-Semitism and corruption, and there's no doubt about it. And every political side of the aisle is to blame. The sad part about this is that the moral authority that people used to claim would justify what we're trying to do, perhaps are the biggest elements of corruption that exist. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, the chat's saying you're woke now, Pyle, which is a good thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been empathic, but I'll tell you that I've had blinders on my entire life, you know, and the older that I get and the more experience that I have, I mean, 20 years in the military taught me a whole lot, but there was still a veil or a filter that I still viewed the world, and the last 8 years has been just a complete gut punch. But
yeah, I think now is the time to use your privilege, right? Now's the time to use it. Now's the time to call it out. Now's the time to be a traitor to the patriarchy. Now's the time to remind other people that we collectively, the people, palm-colored people who have entitlement, that we are born into it. Now's the time to use it. Use it.
Well, thanks for having me up once again, man.
You got it, man.
I appreciate it for everything you do.
Anytime. Have a good day. I like to hear that. I mean, I love to hear the self realization, right, and becoming woke. I think it's really, really important for people to understand that if you're just paying attention to it, and in respect to Pyle, I'm glad he's finally coming around to that. But it's nothing new. We've all been talking about this forever. It's why people don't want to talk about it. It's why they want to erase things like CRT. That's why they don't want to talk about Black history. That's why they don't want to talk about Operation Wetback. I apologize for that, but they don't want to talk about those things because that just exposes the history of our country. They don't want to talk about concentration camps for Japanese Americans during World War II. They don't want to talk about that stuff because they'll criticize other countries for doing it. Meanwhile, we're the biggest perpetrators. building concentration camps now, go to Guantanamo Bay to put brown skinned people in, right? Marco Rubio saying, no, I mean, we're grateful for the country of El Salvador to say that they would imprison American citizens. Like, it's always been there. It has always been there. So you guys know me well enough by now that I'm always going to try to look for a silver lining. Although it's been difficult, much more difficult these days, but a potential silver lining is what Pyle just said. People realizing, like, holy fuck, we are not who we claim to be. And quite frankly, we never are. Now, that doesn't mean that there is an opportunity here that doesn't exist in other parts of the world, but to sell it under the guise of freedom and respect, that's playing in our face, right, friends? Playing in our face. And I wish more people would start to sort of see it that way. You know, the anti-Semitism, the white supremacy, the racism, the bigotry, it is the building blocks for our country. Hi, Switch. How are you?
I'm good, Facts. Good morning, chat. Thank you for having me up here, and thank you for everything that you do. So I'm originally from Nigeria, right? And I've seen how we rose, or rather, how we fell to where we are now. And all of the indicators are happening right now in the United States. And I think what really gets me is the ignorance of it. There's something you said earlier when you guys were talking about not particularly statistics, but for someone like me who's traveled a lot, it dumbfounds me the level of ignorance that I've now come to experience in this country. And of course, not everyone, but a lot of the people that I've encountered, right? And when you look at like exposure, America is very good at marketing itself. I remember like decades ago, when I was back home, I used to come here back and forth because my mom's from here. And outside this country, America is marketed as the best, the number one country in the world. But when you look at stats, education wise, I think America is like probably what, 12, 13, 11? Please fact check me on that. Your facts. And I think Germany is either first or second. And healthcare, America is really low. And when
number one in cost and 42nd in outcome.
All right, there we go. I didn't want to throw another number because I can't really remember all the numbers right now, but thanks for that. But the thing that gets me is when I talk to people, especially during the campaign, I was out campaigning for Harris, and I would talk to a lot of MAGA people that live in my neighborhood. And it's crazy because, I don't mean to like throw this out there, but I want to say it's a very decent neighborhood, right? And you kind of expect like what we talk about, like, MAGA, they're uneducated, and, liberals are, because I've heard that a lot. A lot of my neighbors are well off. These are people in like industries.
Sure.
And when I speak with them, they just go straight to a lot of the same propaganda that I hear. And then it also shocks me from people that are also doing well here. They've never really left this region. You know what I mean? They've not left this country to experience other countries. So when I give them examples about like universal healthcare, all of that stuff, they go right into who's paying for it. And I'm like, but wait, who's paying for tax cuts? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm so frustrated. I'm so upset, and I just wanted to jump in here and talk about that quickly and say major part of it is ignorance. And another real quick bit on the topic of ignorance is the fact that when you provide proof, I don't know what happens there. It's like the Berlin Wall just comes up, right? And they cannot assimilate facts. It's like their brain just rejects facts. And now more and more, I've started hearing people say things like, well, that's your opinion. This is my perspective of the truth. Truth is truth. Truth doesn't care about your feelings. Facts are facts. So I just wanted to throw that there. I probably rambled a bit. I'm miserable.
No, you didn't. No, you're right. And it's always, I think it's really important. You said something that's really profound. So many there's a lot in our nation. There's a lot of folks in our nation who've never left their own community, and I'm not disparaging someone for that, but then they are the ones that will buy into the notion that we are the freest nation on earth, and we're just not, and it's just a lie that's been told to the. It's not about it's not about love of country. I don't love country. I love people in it who are making a difference to try to make people's lives better. So this myth about love of country, I think that is part of the perpetuation of the lie. So if you're outside of the world, I've been in a lot of places. One of the most incredible places I've ever been in my life is Jamaica. I love it. I mean, it's a place that I would love to spend the rest of my days in. And there are parts of Jamaica, as beautiful as it is around the resorts area. If you just get off a half a mile away from the beach, it is some of the most poorest, impoverished communities that you will ever see.
Yeah.
But yet they are a happy people because they respect what they have. They respect what they have. People don't know poverty unless you go to areas of the world that literally have nothing. And we, as Americans, get cranky when the price of gas goes up 2 cents.
Absolutely.
We get cranky when we're inconvenienced. We complain that, we might have to wait in line a little bit longer at the airport. It's about that sense of entitlement. Right, left, middle, it doesn't matter. Your education does not give a person, I'm not saying you said this, Switch, but our education does not give us license to be ignorant, meaning that we have to stop thinking that we're better just because of where we were born. And that's just crazy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on, and have a great day.
My pleasure. Thank you for being here, friend. I appreciate you very much. Nicholas, I saw you, buddy. If you want to jump in, I'd be happy to talk to you. I'm glad she said what she said because, once again, looking for that silver lining, right? Looking for that silver lining of all this conversation. Is it more activism? Is it more voter involvement? Is it people realizing that they can't stand by anymore because if we on the collective don't help, then who is? This is a we the people moment, right? I mean, the resistance is everywhere if you know where to look. Again, it's about volunteering for campaigns. We've got 2 special elections coming up in April that could literally flip the house. And if people have not done everything they can, even if it's $1, call a campaign. Z runs campaigns, ZEE runs campaigns, posts every single day. Their organization is National Ground Game. They're the ones behind putting energy on these 2 campaigns. If you expect somebody else to do it for you, then due respect, you're part of the problem. So we're at a moment, right? We said this a little bit yesterday. We're the 350 million of us that are here in our country, we're here for a purpose. If you believe in that kind of stuff, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to hold your elected officials accountable? Are you going to put pressure on feckless, cowardice Democrats? Are you going to demand reform? Are you going to demand systemic changes? Are you going to demand that we push back against the nonsense that we see? Are you going to stop settling? Are you going to stop being a puppet to the machine? What are you willing to do? What sacrifices are you willing to make? Because let's be real, Americans aren't into sacrifice. We're not. We complain when we're inconvenienced. I'm sorry you have to wait in traffic a little bit longer. Meanwhile, fucking kids are dying in schools. I'm sorry that you have to pay a little bit more for your price of eggs. Meanwhile, we have the infirmed in our country that are literally passing away because they're afraid to go get health care. What are you going to do? It's on all of us. It's on every single one of us. And until people start to truly realize that and respect it, then it's not going to change. And I'm hoping that this is one of those moments. I really do. Wesleyan, how are you today?
Hey, Fax, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, friend.
Yeah, I commend you on the work you've been doing. I've learned a lot from you. I watch you regularly on a daily basis. I get
Thank
up.
you.
I
I
look
appreciate that.
forward to watching you. I want to speak about the image we saw the other day of Donald Trump sitting down and Elon Musk standing with his kid over him.
Right.
Such subservience. I mean, Donald Trump has such a big ego. To see the image of Elon Musk with his son standing over him and he is hardly getting a word in, it really, really speaks volumes. Something is wrong with this picture. Elon Musk is essentially telling us without uttering a word.
Yeah.
He's telling us without uttering a word that, look, I am the boss. I am the boss.
Exactly.
He may be the president. He may be the one who was voted into office, but I am the president. So I pull the strings and he acts. I mean, it was just
that's exactly right. I mean, we mentioned, and I'm glad you brought that up, the visual of what we saw, right? Elon with his kid on his shoulders, not in the attire, not in the the dress code for the Oval Office. It's and then the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster felon sitting in his cup chair, diminished.
I mean, that just showed weakness to the core.
Correct.
And I've been in this country for 37 years. I've never seen the presidency diminished to that extent. Fact.
I agree.
But I land my plane here. I know you have many people waiting to come up, but it's a pleasure. I'll keep listening to you. You can drop me down. Thanks.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you very much for being here. Have a good day. That is a visual that we probably, we need to discuss that more as we go through this journey of realizing what it is that we witnessed, the diminishment of the diminishment of an American president at the hands of someone who is ripping off Americans. But nothing to see here, right, Rusty?
Oh yeah. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
And he's not even behind the curtain; he's in front of the curtain.
Good point.
Yeah. Your guest you had up earlier reminded me of a couple of quick points. When he was saying how he's just now starting to see beyond the rah-rah, beyond.
Which is great. I'm glad he's seeing it. Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic. But I remember, as a much younger man, when I saw my father, career Marine, become disillusioned with what was happening in the country, how things were actually being run. This is 45 years ago. And watching this guy who was absolutely pro-America all the way start to see behind the curtain. And it was a little sad. And it started, affecting how I saw behind the curtain. And if you come to it late, if you come to it early, it doesn't matter. Come to that point. Look past what we're being told. And it just struck me. Propaganda does not attack your intelligence. It attacks your emotions. And when we're watching these people respond emotionally, and America first, America's the greatest, and you start showing them facts, figures, numbers, it doesn't pierce the veil of emotion. And I'm trying to find ways to get through that. You know as well as I do, if not better than me, when you present a fact to somebody and they put their fingers in their ears and they go, that's not true, that's fake, that's wrong, blah, 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 how frustrating it is when it's like, I'm showing you reality and you don't care.
Yeah. I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was about to say, I've come to the conclusion that I know there's a lot of real dumbasses out there who are absolutely empathetic, who are absolutely, no, this doesn't make any sense. And they may not be as bright as the next guy, but they have enough empathy to understand, oh wait, that's not correct. And I know, I've certainly been very guilty of saying, well, MAGA's, mouth breathers. And by and large they are. But there are also some fairly intelligent people in there who are just guided by their emotion, and those emotions are greed, selfishness, avarice, bigotry.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how smart you are, if that's the prism you're looking through, everything is going to be colored that way.
Yeah, and it's also, somebody said fear. It's also fear.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
also the fear of losing their place on the hierarchy, right? Again, it's always about punching down.
Well,
Always someone
what's
else
the old
below them.
saying?
Yeah.
And what's the old saying? Equality looks like oppression to those in power.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Equality becomes a threat, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, to what you said, I mean, this. If you think about the concerted effort by the right for decades to go after education, is exactly what you just talked about.
Yeah.
Not wanting to expose people to our own history. That's why we talk about these things. That's why we talk about, the 1619 Project. That's why we talk about the horrible transgressions of what we did, the genocide of the Native American, the indigenous population, and the blemishes on our society that supports what we say now about our entire history being built on racism and anti-Semitism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the Christian nationalists, who literally now are in charge of our government in many cases, know those things exist, but they can't expose that. They cannot allow people to see it, which is again why they go after education. They want to erase history, just removing Black History Month and Pride Month from the calendar. Google took it off their calendars. It's not on their calendar anymore.
That boggles my mind.
The Gulf of Mexico, unless you refer to it as a Gulf of America, like, you can be fined. They removed Politico, I think it was either Politico or the AP, press credentials from the press room in the White House because they refused to address the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. I mean, it's things like that it was the AP, that's right. So it's things like that are just, it's just stupid, but it's intentional because you want to control the narrative. What is one of the tenets of fascism? Literally, it's about controlling the messaging. This is Goebbels. This is manipulation and indoctrination based on the message. We are gonna control the message. We are gonna tell our followers what to believe, and many follow along. And I think you nailed it. It's selfishness. It's all based on the patriarchy and white supremacy. Let's be real.
No argument. And I have never met people more scared than men that look like you and I.
It's true.
Just in general, scared of everything.
Yep. And it's unfortunate. There's part of me, the empath in me, is just like, God, I want to talk to them and wake them up. But if the last couple of days, our first call yesterday, and I was on with Brett for a while yesterday, there's a couple of people that I've spoken to that were MAGA voters. They're like, I regret my vote. I regret it. You guys told us. I didn't want to believe it. I voted for something that I thought was there, and I regret it. And I'm like, that's great. Okay, cool. But what are you going to do now about it? What are you going to do? Are you going to go?
How do you make up for it?
Exactly. Are you going to go to a pride parade? Are you going to go to a houseless shelter? Are you going to go volunteer at an after school program and read to kids? Are you going to go to a BLM event? Are you going to show your face? Are you going to go into other spaces that you've been in safely and challenge that bullshit? Because your self-awareness is great now, and your realization that you were wrong, but that's not enough. You fucked up. You fucked up big time. Just like these protest voters who decided that Palestine was their number one key, and now they're pulling up stakes and they're leaving the country. Shame on you. Shame on you for doing that.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not above trying to weasel my kids out of the country.
Same.
But I'm not going anywhere.
Me neither.
You gotta
drag me away.
Yeah, and you're gonna have a fight on your hands. I'm not gonna play nice.
Me neither.
And I think that's why we get along, brother.
I agree, buddy.
So,
I appreciate you. Be safe out there, okay?
All right. I will, and see you soon.
You got it. A week and a half. Talk to you soon, buddy. Right. I mean, listen, I can't. I don't want to say this. Everybody needs to make decisions that's right for themselves. I'm gonna say this all along, but I'm in the fight. Like I will certainly try to find a space for my daughter. She's tenacious and she wants to fight too, right? She was on the news yesterday, by the way, because there's been some education reform in our state, and because it's happening everywhere, even a state that prioritizes it. They're trying to sell it as a consolidation based on resources, but sadly, it will affect the poor communities because we have poor communities here too. It's necessary for everyone to look out for their own personal safety. I'm not going anywhere. I am here to fight. I've checked my privilege. I've had my privilege checked because I could figure out a way to leave, but I'm not going to. So you're stuck with me. Sorry to tell you, but other people, you got to do what you do is right. I wouldn't be surprised if you see this mass exodus of people. I wish people who had privilege would instead stay to fight, because it was the system that was built by people who look like me and look like Rusty to benefit people who look like us. And then everybody else who has proximity to that complexion and status have been able to ride the coattails of the patriarchy and white supremacy. So maybe now you decide you're going to stand and fight. Again, is that a byproduct? Is that a silver lining of what we're seeing? I sure hope so. I really hope so. Jordan, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just was thinking about things that the woman from Nigeria and kind of your previous guest said, and it was particularly about how when people on the right are presented with facts that contradict, their thoughts, opinions, feelings. She said they put up that burning wall, I think she said. But they are completely resistant to new information, to assimilating new information, as she said. And I think that the reason that's the case is because they have made their political beliefs and their political ideologies a core part of their identity.
Exactly.
Akin to, someone who, someone's like sexual orientation or, like their race, their ethnicity, their religion. And, when those things are threatened or challenged, obviously people put up their walls, they, defend it to the end of the earth. And it's the same thing with them. And I think one of the most dangerous things that, Donald Trump and his first administration introduced, but it started long before that, was Kellyanne Conway, the Bowling Green Massacre, and her assertion that those were alternative facts, and like it started with like Rush Limbaugh, conservative talk radio, the
Glenn Beck,
kind of creation of Fox News, and Roger Ailes, Rupert Murdoch in the 1980s, but and something it's something that you and Felice have said as well, that people on the right have correctly identified that they're being screwed, but they have not figured out who is screwing them. They have misidentified who is doing that. And so, they recognize that they're being screwed and they go searching for answers and they find themselves in this, alternative factual world at the hands of these, propagandists. And they just sink further and further into the quicksand that is right-wing propaganda. It becomes their identity. And, it's so tough to break them out of it. It's like deconstructing somebody from religion. I think that's the best analogy.
Yeah, deconstructing from religion, deconstructing from cult speak, because the similarities are just so obvious, right?
Yeah, and it's just such a difficult thing, and I feel like all we can really do is push back, present the true facts, but I think some of the most effective things are when they are finally harmed, when they finally feel the pain, and there is a direct, one-to-one connection between, Republican policies and the pain that they feel. I feel like it's one of the few things that can introduce real cracks in that wall and that identity.
Yeah.
But it's
it's
sorry.
almost like an accept. It seems weird, and I want to unpack this a little bit. It seems like, in a way, they are willing to accept some harm because they know the people that they hate. Brown skinned people, women, members of LGBTQIA will hurt worse. So it's almost like well, I'm going to suffer, but they're going to suffer worse. So it's almost like a strange way, a bit of a justification. I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but in my mind, that's part of what makes sense, because you're right. They're already being harmed. We've known that. They already lost money through the tax cuts the first time. They're losing jobs. We know that under the first administration. They're losing benefits. They're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose their Social Security, all these things. But those people are going to feel it worse than I am. So it's a strange kind of this belief set to justify what's going to happen to them because they voted for it, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, LBJ, I can't remember the exact quote, but, like, something to the effect of, you can take the lowest white man, and as long as you give them, someone, some, like, black person to look down upon, you can pick their pockets and they'll thank you for it.
Correct. Yep.
And, like, that's just as true today as it was in the 1960s.
It's true.
And
Jordan, I appreciate you jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you being here. Thanks a lot. You have a good day, okay?
Thanks.
You got
it. You too.
It's a great point. I want to bring up, I haven't talked to my friend Toy in a while. Oh, you left. Sorry. Please come back. My brain always feels enriched after talking to you, so I just sent you an invite. I'm not sure if you requested by accident, but I hope you can come back up. Just as this is on the Fox News Chiron, by the way. So the headline is grocery chains limit egg purchases amid Trump tariff scares in the economy. The price of eggs in October of 2024 per dozen was $2.21. Large eggs in the Midwest area is now at $8.11 per dozen, 267% increase. Gas is up, inflation's up. All that winning. Hello, my friend. Nice to see you again. How you doing?
Hey, it's good to see you too. I muted myself because can you hear me?
I can. You gotcha. Yep.
Okay, I muted myself because I was like you were speaking, so I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm concerned about a lot of things. I don't know, specifically this new thing with Medicaid. I have a sibling that's disabled, and I just don't understand through no fault of their own. And it's just like, what are you doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? The veil has been lifted. They're not hiding anything anymore. This man is standing in the Oval Office. His favorite child is telling the man in the Resolute desk to not be here because he's not the real. Like, what is going on?
Yeah,
Are we okay?
And then basically it says "fuck you" at the same
Yeah,
time.
and I was just like, I was so stunned. First of all, a child having the cheek to say such a thing to an adult is crazy as hell to me. But beyond that, he's repeating what he has heard, right? So
exactly,
his father's company is having conversations like this, and that is extraordinarily dangerous. And I just simply don't know what America is going to do about it. And I don't know why nobody's stopping anything. Can anyone stop anything? I understand they have the three parts of the government, but at some point, when is someone on the other side going to be like, enough, and try something, anything?
That's kind of what we're hoping for. Ironically enough, it may be elements of the Freedom Caucus, because they want significantly more cuts to spending, and there weren't enough for them in this first pass by the government, by Mike Johnson and his team. So that's kind of the initial reporting. So if that's the case, the Freedom Caucus has a powerful voice. It's the Andy Biggs, it's the MTGs. Although she's kicked out of it, it's those people that we talk about.
Yeah, but you can't get in bed with those people.
Yeah,
because they're not going to do anything truly. They're not going to do anything beneficial to the country. If you're
right, but to your point, they are a group. Although it's for other means that could potentially stop significant pieces of legislation because they
Okay.
want to harm people even more.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
That's
mean?
okay. Fair.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so the enough
If,
for them, right?
yeah.
So in a weird way, it's like the devil you know in a strange way.
Yeah, for sure. Because they won't get through what they want. I mean, the main Republican Party won't get through what they want, which is bad. But also,
Correct.
the Freedom Caucus is not going to be able to get through what something even worse. So they'll be at a
Correct.
stalemate, which I guess that's good. That is
In a
good.
strange
That,
way, right? It's a strange
yeah,
way. You know, like
yeah,
you're rooting for the Freedom Caucus in a way because they want to harm
exactly.
people even more.
Oh God.
But it freezes legislation. And I'm not sure if you were listening to our previous guest about how, or the couple of guests ago, when we had this revelation by a lot of, and again, I don't care when people experience self awareness as long as they experience it. But a lot of white men starting to say, "Wow, I had no idea our country was this racist," right?
Are they
Or
ones that voted for Trump?
no, and not many.
Okay,
No,
because the
not in
people
all
that are like,
cases.
"Oh, I'm saying goodbye to MAGA." No, you had your chance for your oopsie in 2016.
Exactly.
2020 was intentional. 2024 was extraordinarily intentional. Like, there's no sorries, taking you back, holding hands, none of the things. For me
Right.
personally,
No, you're right, but I guess it's more about the realization that the lie that we've been told about American excellence, about how we are the
right?
beacon, the shining city on the hill, right? That we spread democracy and freedom across the world when it's just not true, and we've been saying that for a long time. And I think a lot of white men who never support what Trump does, but just are realizing that wow, this has been a lie that so many people have been sold, and although aware of it on the surface, like when you really peel it back and you start to understand what the threats that your community faces every single day, it's
Hmm.
always been there. So I think again, if there's a silver lining to any of this, maybe that's one that
Well,
people are
yeah,
just
it's
really starting to
difficult
see it more.
for white men, white people in general, to not know what they can't know because they don't experience it, right?
Exactly.
And as much as you tell someone something that this is not good, this is very dangerous, if they're not experiencing any type of oppression or discomfort, or has seen you or me, someone like me, go through something, they're not going to be able to put the piece together and be like, wow, maybe I should, move in this way because this is a big problem that is pervasive in this country. So I
Yeah, and
I
it's
can
not
I
going to
can
get
get
better.
that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I get it too. Like, and again, I'm happy with the self awareness. I'm happy with a few conversations I've had with Trump supporters the past couple of days who are realizing that they really screwed up. But the next part of that conversation for me is like, okay, what are you going to do now? Are you going to go into spaces that in the past was safe for you? Are you going to challenge other people who voted for that, who've not come to the realization that you've come to? Are you going to push back on that? Are you going to be a traitor to the patriarchy? Are you going to stand up for marginalized communities because you've let them down with your vote?
Yeah,
That's
realization
what
is
I'm
not
waiting for.
Enough. Realization is
Exactly.
not enough.
Exactly.
At this point, words can be pretty, words can be ugly, but actions are what they are, and that's what has to be done for them to be trusted.
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly. Like
yeah,
we've discussed this many times. Like I can't make the assumption that I'm your ally. I've got to earn it. I can be an
right.
accomplice and prove it, but I can't be an ally. That's not something that I'm not the arbiter as to whether or not I am or not. It's
Yeah.
the actions.
It's just a sad state of affairs. Everything is happening so quickly. And they said that that guy over there that was Austrian that went to that other country and became the leader
Yeah.
only took 2 months to dismantle democracy.
53 days. That's right.
And we are
I know.
getting so close.
I know. I know. I know. Well,
Anyways,
I think
that's,
again these little moments of people being activating, people calling it out more. I'm gonna hold out hope. Is it too little too late? That's my concern, but it is what it is, right?
yeah, absolutely. Thank you
Yeah,
for having me up. You have a great
always.
rest of your morning. I'll be
You too.
listening in the comments.
Appreciate you. Good to see you again.
All
Talk
right.
to you later.
Can you,
Bye bye.
bye. Can you drop me? Thank you.
You got it. You got it. Um, I think it's just important that people start to understand that. And I mean, if you're going to have to be shamed into it, if you're going to have to accept the fact that you fucked up, then accept it and move on from it and do better. But It's always been here, and we've been telling you that. Hey, Jess, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. Nice to see you again.
I caught you at the tail end yesterday for what you've been talking about, people changing their mind. I just wanted to come up to make a point. So I'm a medical oncologist,
Hmm.
and I'm actually switching jobs for other reasons, but I have had some time, like just to wrap my head around, like in medicine in general, some people are very distrustful of the system already. And with the NIH funding and WHO and cutting what $4 billion, some of it to include cancer research, like I'm now searching for outside US sources. I mean, there are studies obviously done outside the US already, but as far as guidance, like I'm kind of it's kind of like it is an unknown territory, and it is for us, especially those in cancer research. You look at Project Moonshot in 2022 with Biden, you look at all the things trying to decrease mortality, and all of this is now out the window. I'm very frustrated because this is my passion in life, to help other people. And it's kind of like, excuse my language, walking into a shit show. I'm like, I'm just very frustrated, and I feel for everyone out there that is already suffering, and now this is an extra layer of anxiety and stress and worry and doubt and fear, and I want to try my best to alleviate that. So if there's anyone in the chat that is in medicine outside the US or inside the US, my name's Jess. I'm from Michigan. My county went blue, my state went red. I'm sorry for that, but thanks for having me up.
Well, Jess, you and I have talked about this before. I mentioned that my daughter's a 2-time cancer survivor, and because of the complexity, so Wilms tumor, it wasn't supposed to happen. 1 in 65,000 the first time because she was outside of the window, and then the recurrence came back exponentially harder, and that was like a 1 in 150,000. And there was a lot of federal money through grant programs that were part of the research that helped develop a treatment plan for her based on where she was in the cycle. So it's really personal for me. It's really personal.
Oh yeah, and myself as well, and even outside of cancer, research, the costs of like the medications I use, even me, like my jaw drops to the floor. And I understand you have to make the money back for all the research that was completed, but I have had patients where the standard of care, because they carry a certain mutation, they qualify for this medication. They couldn't afford it before all this stuff went down.
Exactly.
And it's something to where with my new position, I'm hoping I'll have some time to where I can start just being more of an advocate. And I'm kind of just trying to figure out how and where and when. But there are good people out there that are really trying to be that advocate. So don't lose faith in the community. We have some pretty loud people. So
that's for sure.
Anyway, but thank you again, and I'll keep listening. I love your show. You're just you give me hope.
Thank you for saying that, Jess.
You
I
really
appreciate
do.
that.
So.
You give me hope for the work that you do. So thank you. Feelings mutual, friend. I appreciate you very much.
All right. You all take care.
You too. See you later. Everybody, please follow Jess if you don't. We've had good emotional conversations just because I found out the work that she does, in oncology, and I've been very transparent about my daughter being a 2-time cancer survivor. So this shit is real to me. When you're cutting funding to help identify, changes to treatment protocols, and that money comes from grants, and that money comes to support research to unpack these things. And last time I checked, childhood cancer doesn't give a flying fuck if you're a Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. So it's real. I mean, it's real. And to go after the organizations that provide the resources to help families through this kind of stuff, again, doesn't care who you vote for. Hey, Drew, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. What's going on?
So many Nazis to punch, so little time, right?
So many. Line them up.
I was watching last night. I don't know if you, there's something going on right now called the NHL. I think it's called like the International Face-Off right now.
Yeah, the Four Nations Cup.
They've got 4 teams. Yeah, the Four Nations Cup. Yeah, USA, Canada, Sweden, and Finland.
Yeah.
And I just happened to catch it last night, and they were doing a big old opening ceremony for it. And it's taking place in the Bell Center in Montreal, Canada.
Yeah.
And they introduced, people from all the different nations that are participating. When they introduced, and I missed who it was that they introduced for America. He was wearing a USA jersey for the United States. The entire arena, and I'm not exaggerating, was booing at top volume.
Yeah, I can't see. I don't see why they wouldn't, to be honest.
Yeah, just because, in anything they mentioned that was American, that crowd just went ballistic on them. And when they sang "Oh Canada," the entire arena was standing up, singing loud. You couldn't hear the singer. It was that loud. So just to think that we've gotten there, like they're our closest friends, our closest neighbors, our closest allies, and within a span of a month, we have made them despise us so much. It's scary. At least we got Benny on our side, right?
We do have. It's funny. I pinched Benny against the boards this morning and stole the puck from him.
I heard
it. Even knowing it.
I heard it. He's still smarting from that, eh?
That was great.
But
he's a good sport.
I don't know if you saw the press conference. I know you were talking earlier about how they took the AP's press credentials away.
Right.
Well, in the press conference, when they spoke to Ava Braun or whatever her name is, that's our press secretary.
Yeah.
She somebody confronted her with it and said, "Hey, what's the deal with AP losing their press credentials? It seems like it was done over a grudge because they refused to call it the Gulf of America. They're referring it to the Gulf of Mexico." Her answer is terrifying, and it should be terrifying to any American with a logical brain. She basically said, "Well, we're stressing that you must report facts, and it is a fact that it's the Gulf of America." And that was her answer. So the facts are what we tell you the facts are. That's where we're at right now.
Oh, I know, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna let you guys speak for just a second. I'll be right back. I'm glad you brought that up because I want to talk about that. Hi, Victoria. This is Drew. In case you guys haven't met.
Good morning.
Hey, we've met. Hey, Victoria, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm good. I don't think I've ever told you, but I went to college in Tennessee.
Oh wow. Which uni did you go to?
Vanderbilt University.
Oh my goodness. I don't know a lot of people who went to Vanderbilt, so that's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing experience, but I kind of felt out of place. It is kind of a rich kid's school.
Very much so.
I went up. I remember taking drives up to. You ever been up to Chickering? The Chickering Drive, Chickering Boulevard.
No, I have not.
If you ever get a chance to go up there, it's a really hoity-toity street up there where I think a lot of country stars live, and there's a house on that. It's a really bizarre-looking house called the Small World.
Oh goodness!
And it's one of those like a real modern architecture with like cones and circles. And I remember we drove up there just as tourists, and then as a student, I got an invitation to a Seder dinner. And it turned out to be in that house.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was so bizarre. It was. And it also turned out they were at my brother's wedding, those folks. It was it is technically a small world, yeah. Goodness.
Hello. Yeah, I think I'm glad somebody brought it up this morning, and I think one of our earlier callers about how the realization, the realization that we've never been the country that a lot of people think we are. And again, if there's a silver lining in this, it's exposing it. It's like ripping the Band-Aid off. And underneath what we see is a moist, pussy sore that is infecting the rest of the world. Payback's a bitch, right, Victoria?
Look, guys, if you want me to say the words, you know what to do.
We know what to do.
Yeah.
I got
the
dogs are about
Daddy.
to riot.
Thank
My
you,
dogs
Drew.
are about to riot, but I kind of compare like that conversation you were having with Pyle earlier. I think it goes back to our conversations on masculinity and being a man. It's like, it's not enough to go out and do a few good deeds here and there and to work hard and to bring new things into the world. If you're going back in your personal life and you're making racist comments, if you're abusing your wife, if you are mistreating things, and that's the thing is, as a country, we just haven't learned. And
Correct.
We have no accountability, and we refuse to see what the rest of the world is doing. And that's why we'll never be grown up until we can do all those things. So that's all I got to say. It's good to see you, Victoria.
Thank you, Drew. I
It's good to
appreciate
see
it,
you,
buddy. See you later.
Drew.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, buddy. Never mind have we not learned, like we celebrate the patriarchy. Like we prop it up. Like we idolize these figures. You know, we've had this conversation many times, and I think this is just a bigger picture conversation about this is now who we are. I should say this is who we've always been. It's just now on full display for the rest of the world to see, you know? Okay. Tongue wrestler, you're on. You're up. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please gift Victoria. She shouldn't be sitting there at 0. Let's go.
I've just been like, hey now.
Hey,
Yeah, no, I haven't been getting a lot of gifts lately. I did have one the other day, but it's okay. I don't expect it. Don't want to be out here begging.
yeah, certainly. We don't want to do that. And we're not. Just go buy some merch, please.
Go buy some merch, you know. Do the thing. Lord.
Sorry. Listen.
If you want Steve to blush, you have to get us to 350,000 likes for his mod team, who is going to love me so much more and going to always mutiny and bring me up. Get us to 350,000 likes, and we'll make Steve blush.
Even when I know it's coming, it still works. My God, it's nuts.
And they would just use me
Hello,
and
Peter.
suck
How are you
all
today?
the blood out of me. But
Peter?
now I have my limit.
Peter, are you there? Hello?
Yeah. Well, they take it. Yeah.
I don't like to listen. Sometimes I feel like I want to listen in on somebody's private conversation, but then I'm like, I don't want to listen in on your private conversation. So I won't do that. I won't do that. Oh, we have a misbehaving woman in our chat.
Ooh.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
And
How are
Nick
you?
Angry Stent.
Yes, I saw that too.
Entered the chat.
That's funny. So how are you guys?
Fine. How are you?
Good.
I'm hanging in there. I had a late start. We had snow this morning, so I had to shovel and come in work late, but
tell me about it.
I just can't wait for spring. Get rid of this stuff. So I have a challenge for everybody in the chat, including myself, that we have called our senators and we have called our state reps like we're supposed to. Keep doing that because it's irritating the hell out of them. But now my turn is to all the DNCs, your state, your local, the national. I have not heard them emphasize enough the importance of these 3 elections. And that is my challenge.
About this, Victoria?
Yep. So my challenge is for everybody. There is 962 people in here. Get an email, a phone call, fax it. I don't care how you communicate to them. Tell them to start talking about the importance of these elections and get involved. I understand it's a new thing. We voted a new team and stuff like that, but we don't have time to wait for them to get their shit together.
Yeah. So agreed.
Let's get the pressure on our DNCs for these 3 elections. Let's find out what their plan for the 2026 election midterms are. What's your plan for the 2028? I want to know. I don't. It's great that David Hogg's on there. It's great that we've got maybe somebody who can get us into, funding these local podcasters like you, and stuff like that. But we can't just focus on our state senators and our state reps because we're doing the work. We are. But now it's time that we need to focus on our party and get the shit together. So
I'll take this opportunity to remind folks that 9:00 on Monday morning, 9 Eastern here on Not My President's Day, I'll be interviewing Gay Valamont. Gay is running for the seat vacated by Matt Gaetz. We joke that if she does get that seat, she'll have to disinfect it first, but that will be District 1. So there's an organization, it's called National Ground Game. It's a PAC that's been set up to try to put exposure on down ballot races in all 50 states. The link is in the link tree in my bio. Please go there, fill out the application, sign up for what you can do. You guys ask us all the time, what can we do? Well, this is something you can do.
Exactly.
You don't have to live in the district to support the campaign. You can phone bank. You can text support. You can send money. If you're not that far away, you want to go volunteer and knock on doors, I'm sure they would love to have you. So again, nationalgroundgame.com. Link is in my link tree. And then Monday morning, 9 o'clock, we'll be interviewing Gabe Alamont right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And everybody, instead of gifting, start donating to Victoria. We need her up in Congress. We need
guys.
her. We need
Everything's
her.
active right now, other than
So-
documentation. I am active. I am my campaign can take donations. I do want to add to this. So if you were concerned, because I did see some comments come through that you're not seeing that your local and state parties do anything. All state parties are going through reorganization right now. And just to give you guys some understanding behind that. So I think it's like the party reorganizes. And this is just like your elections where you can see better representation. And what we're seeing right now is a lot of these county parties are in their reorganization stage. Yep. So how can you help? Because as a county chair, I'm in the midst of reorganization and it's a lot of work for the chair. Reach out and say, hey, I want to be the action committee to do outreach for these special elections. I guarantee you, your chair, no matter state, local, whatever, will be so happy. And the national party, we can put pressure on them to respond. They have more funds than we do. The best way we can push this is not only our action, but understanding how our local and state parties work, because like that's something I didn't know prior to this. And as an EC member, as a county party chair, until my reorganization, because I have to step down, these are things that can really help your county parties and your state parties. Put pressure on them. Share that information out. Donate to those campaigns. Donate your time. Donate your expertise. You don't have to donate money because labor is money. Sharing content is money. That is helpful. Whatever you can do to blow these people up and putting pressure on your representatives to acknowledge these races, that will help them.
Yeah, and so I again contacted my local county DNC group, and they're only open from 12 to 2 during the day. And I got a hold of somebody and I said, look if you just need somebody to sit there for a couple hours in the office and answer phones and give out information, give me the list of information, I will gladly sit for a couple hours and answer the phones. Because there are many people that can't make it off of work to go up there at 12 to 2 and do something, but I can redirect them to events that are coming up. I can direct them to, people that are running. These are the people that we have in mind. Volunteer with that. These local Democratic places need volunteers. So if you don't feel comfortable going knocking on doors or confronting the public, go sit at your local DNC and answer phones.
Good call.
That's we got to do something. So
we do. We're doing something. That's everybody's got to do. Everybody's got to do something, whatever that something is. And we've talked about this a lot, and we'll continue to talk about it. Thank you, Fred, for jumping in today. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Talk to you later.
I did see a couple of questions in the chat. The reason I have to step down as county party chair is I took an executive committee position with the state party. With that position, I have to represent my district, and it's too hard to do both at the same time because they're all volunteer positions. So in order to better serve the party, I stepped down as chair and someone else is chair. I'm also training the chair. Steve has had to hear me complaining about training because I'm like, she's so willing and I love it so much, but there's so much to learn.
It's like everything, right? I'm sure you're a good trainer though.
I try.
Just as a reminder, a couple of things that we're watching: the full Senate vote for RFK's nomination to be director of whatever the fuck it's going to be director of, because he'll get confirmed. We know that, sadly. The Senate Judiciary Committee is meeting as we speak to discuss Patel's nomination. Remember, the Democrats paused that last week, so the Republicans are attempting to try to get this out of committee on their own. And just as a reminder, things we've learned about Kash Patel since his testimony, that he's taken money from Russia connected to a film that I think he was working on. We know Dick Durbin last week said in a letter to the Justice Department's internal watchdog that he's, quote, received highly credible information from multiple sources, which were not named, that Patel had been personally directing the ongoing purge of career civil servants at the FBI prior to his nomination. And that last week he was not, when asked about that, he said he was not aware of any plans to punish or terminate FBI agents or personnel associated with the investigation. So that's a bold-faced lie. So that would be the person that would be in charge of the FBI. That decision is imminent. Tulsi Gabbard got her confirmation along party lines with one exception. Mitch McConnell voted no, which I think is something that we should all keep our eyes on. He's an interesting wild card at the moment in regards to lots of things. But yeah, because the news continues to happen. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll bring up Liz. I guess she decided to not. I will bring up Eve. I guess not. Sorry, my bad. I didn't. You can ignore that, Eve. I'm sorry. I think it's glitching here. Anyway, all right. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the statements from Pete Hegseth specifically as it relates to Ukraine. By the way, Victoria, I don't know if you heard this, but I have a new phrase for you. It's called fructose intolerant. It's the condition of being completely unable to tolerate other people's bullshit.
I do have that. I'm fructose intolerant.
I think we all have that. So this is some audio from Pete Hegseth. So in case you don't know, the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, felon president met yesterday with both Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky in regards to trying to end the war in Ukraine. Remember, it was a promise that he made that within 24 hours of winning the election, never mind being inaugurated, that he would end the war. It's not happened. I'd like to think that, these conversations would be directed specifically at Putin because of the unjustified and illegal invasion of a sovereign nation. But no. So let's listen to what Pete Hegseth had to say. Let's listen to what Trump had to say first about his conversations. I think this is telling as well, because everything he says is a tell.
And it lasted for a long time, over an hour this morning. I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that. And I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed. We're very far away from that particular war, but that's a vicious war. Probably 1.5 million soldiers killed in a short period of time. I've never seen anything. I have pictures that are, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what you have to look at. Young, beautiful soldiers that are just being decimated.
Soldiers?
And it would be nice to end it immediately. But we had a very good talk with, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended and as fast as possible. It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land, and the bullet goes off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body. And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. Just the cities and towns have been largely demolished. It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you would have never happened.
There it is.
It's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either.
There it is.
Middle East. But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting. Actually, tomorrow they're meeting in Munich, as you know, and we're going to have some other meetings. And I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone. And
what
we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here, and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia. The first time we'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
Wow. An American president basically saying, I don't know about you, Victoria. I didn't hear one reference to the innocent Ukrainians who lost their lives due to the illegal invasion. Did you?
Color me unsurprised. No, I didn't hear that. And I'm not surprised. let's be clear here. This fuckface is a problem, and he's just licking between Putin's legs at this point.
Better get that image out of my head. Yeah, no.
I
mean,
caught a live ban yesterday, so I'm not going to say what I really want to say.
Well, again, let's think about what he just said. The American president. First of all, the first phone call he made was to the invading army, the unjustified invasion of a sovereign nation. The first phone call he made. Now, I would like to think if you truly supported democracy and if you truly supported the war to end, then you would use the leverage of the American presidency to say to Vladimir Putin, this war will end when you leave. You pack up, you withdraw your troops, you go back to Russia, and that's how the war ends. But no, let's talk to Russia first. Let's find out what they want, and then we'll talk to Zelensky and let him know what Putin wants. It gets worse, though, because then we can talk about what Pete Hegseth said. And this is a tell as well. Again, the defense secretary of the United States, we know Pete who can't keep his shit together, who tends to abuse women and kidnap them, who's the Secretary of Defense. Listen to what he had to say, because I think this is telling as well.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective.
Why is that? They're Ukraine's borders. Okay.
Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering.
Wow.
A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be Minsk 3.0. That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
So let's talk about that for a second. First of all, it's Ukraine as to whether or not they would like to be accepted into NATO. Sadly, for any new member nation to be accepted into NATO requires a unanimous vote. So that is the Secretary of Defense in support of the President of the United States basically telling Ukraine and thus Russia that we are not going to allow you to become part of NATO. Nice.
Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine.
It is staggering to me to listen to that. I don't know if anybody else feels it like I feel it, but you have the American president simping for Russia, basically saying that, the reason we want to take Greenland is because of the Northwest shipping corridors due to climate change. They want to be able to have access to that. He's talking about inviting Vladimir Putin to the Oval Office. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Are you kidding me? And the Secretary of Defense saying that, listen, we there's no way we're going to go back to the way it used to. We're going to allow Russia to take the land that they illegally sanctioned to begin with, and then we'll negotiate with you, Ukraine, to decide how much of your land Russia gets to keep. That is, again, for those of you on the right, and I know Paul and other of my fanboys are in here. I know you love me. You do. Kisses. The reality of what we just listened to is your big, strong, tough America First guys are fucking cowards, and they will not stand up to our arch enemy, our arch nemesis. And you guys love Putin yourself. So there you are. There you are. The American president bending a knee to a Russian president. Gee, I wonder, any leverage there for whatever reason, whether it be a P-tape or other kinds of shit, he is leveraged. It is disturbing. That is disturbing that you guys would, man, oh man. That's Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. Party of cucks. Yeah, a good way to describe it. And this all comes back around to the money. This all comes back around to the money because, like we discussed earlier, if USAID goes away, China fills the void globally with humanitarian aid. All of a sudden, their flag is wrapped around humanitarian aid, medical supplies, food, etc. That benefits the autocrats, that benefits Putin, that benefits Kim Jong Il, that benefits Xi Jinping, and in our nation is handing it to them. We're going to take Gaza. Doesn't belong to us. We're not going to buy it. We're going to take it. We're just going to take it. This is what you voted for. Everyone, I just want to take a moment here. Our friend and our own legend who does all the backgrounds for me every single day, who is a veteran, who is a family man, who is one of the most unbelievably generous, kind people that you'll ever meet. His son just got out of surgery and he's doing well. So hearts in the chat for our friend Greg. Everybody, please, appreciate that. Because he as a vet is angry and he should be. I want to put that in perspective again, that the American president is justifying an invasion by an invading army to take sovereign territory. And his way to end the war is to tell Ukraine what they are going to get. Now, and so many of you are going to say, well, isn't the goal to end the war? The goal to end the war would have been an American president who had fucking balls, or I should say who had a vagina, because that's quite a bit tougher than balls, would say, get your fucking ass back across your border or we're going to sanction the shit out of you. More so than we already are. You're never going to buy our energy again. You're never going to get anything again. That would be leverage. And we're going to give Ukraine F-16s. We're going to do all these things to push you back across the border that you illegally invaded. But no, we're just going to send a message to the world that Putin can do whatever the hell he wants.
Exactly.
Crazy. That is just, I saw that interview and that was just disturbing to me when I saw it. I'm not surprised by it, but it's just pitiful. Again, fructose intolerant. The condition of being completely unable to tolerate other people's bullshit.
100%.
I am fructose intolerant to their bullshit.
I am too. Sorry, school's starting 2 hours late today, so I got a tiny human with me.
School's closed here today again. More snow. Yeah.
We're flooding.
I'm sorry. Saint Muerte, how are you today?
Great. How you doing?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Spoke to you a while ago, sometime last year, I think it was.
Okay.
And I had suggested that we need an answer to Trump. And I had drew the parallel that we no longer need a statesman, a politician. We need somebody who's an influencer, because the issue is his ability to influence, regardless of whether it's true or not, has become like our new pandemic. And while there's a lot of options out there, Hakeem Jeffries is one guy that I like a lot. I just don't think that he's able to deal the barrage of lies and litigation and all this, and that has to do with the way things move now. And we got to realize that, like, this is a new front. What we consider politics as usual is no longer usual. As Democrats, I'm not a Democrat, but I did vote Democrat this time. I don't feel like they had the ability to get the message out accurately. They have the Aiden Rosses, they have the Joe Rogans, they have the Note Boy, they have all these smooth brain people who can just say whatever and it'll just become a t-shirt. And we have nobody on this side. In my opinion, I think we need like a Jon Stewart.
We
Somebody
do
who
have
can
people.
get the message out so people can actually hear it. And it's not always that we keep the message above eye level We need to come down to certain levels and educate people who can also learn how to do the research themselves. When I said that last time, I think you disagree with me,
No, it's not that
and that's
it's
fair.
it's not that I disagree. I'm starting to remember the conversation now. It's not that I disagree. It's just that the from my perspective, the problem is not just the messaging. The problem is there's just not enough messengers. And I think the larger issue is that the majority, and we joke about this, and I'll just use this term for the purpose of this conversation, progressive. The idea behind the status quo Democrats, because I think conservatives are fascists, right? There's conservative Democrats who I would call fascist, and then there's conservatives on the right who I would call fascist. And what I mean by that, some examples would be Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, who's not even a Democrat, she's an independent, John Fetterman, right? So they're part of the same problem. They're beholden to their corporate donors. They support the military-industrial complex. They want to do away with norms that protect society. What we need is the status quo Democrats to not be connected to leadership in our politics anymore, and allow
Joe Manchin
progressives.
was never a Democrat.
That's my point. He's a
He's like
conservative.
I don't know what the reverse of a rhino is, but that's what
Well,
he is.
yeah, he's a conservative. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
my point. So the majority of our country wants what we again consider progressive. They want universal health care. They want women to have rights to their body. They want to tax the rich. They want responsible gun legislation. But the status quo Democrats, the moderates, those that are in the middle, are still beholden to their corporate donors. So I don't care who the voice is from the left. And Jon Stewart, yes, but it becomes this exercise in perpetuating people who have these larger voices that may not necessarily be in it for middle America.
Do you
I
realize
believe
that it's already become that?
I know that, but that's how
You
why I
have to
make
look
the but
around and see where the message is coming from. All these news places who we assume would push back or would keep the truth up front are all kissing the ring.
oh, I know. We don't talk
Donald
about that.
Trump during his inauguration had the big five behind him, like
Yeah.
5 infinity stones from yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He has everything is compromised. Everyone is compromised. Anything said on these platforms is compromised. We used to look to Google as like a citadel for our information, and now it's compromised. This is a different game. We have to play differently. Otherwise,
I don't
we're just going to
disagree.
continuously take L's to a team who has no accountability. They don't care about the truth. Elon Musk is running amok right now.
I know.
I
Victoria, you had
just
a
got off
question?
a live where
Hang
these
on a
people
second.
are saying,
Hang on a second, Martin. Victoria, you had your hand up. You have a question?
No, I just wanted to speak to this because I feel like this is going to take a lot of fixing. Let's be very clear here. Yes, they're all compromised. We know that. And if you're looking for the Democratic Party to represent us, the problem is apathetic Democratic voters, apathetic leftist, apathetic progressive voters. We haven't gotten involved. I'm just as guilty of this. I'm not saying this out of as a statement or a dig. I did not know what was needed from the state party and what was needed at a county level and what was needed at a federal level. And the problem we have here is we have politicians representing us with 2008 tactics, which don't work. Because I mean, look at our current administration. He utilized something that we weren't utilizing. And when we ran our campaign this past time, we were going based on the Obama era, like get out, get activated, get people to show up. And let's be very clear here. It worked. It worked in 2008. It has worked for us in the past. But now we are seeing this shift to young voters. Young voters don't have the same amount of money that our parents have. They don't have the same resources. They don't have the same amount of time that we have. And in order for the party to be better represented, we have to have young people involved. And so that takes people like myself, people like Steve, people like you getting involved in the party because we need better representation. And once we have those things, we can make it better for the young voters. Let's be very clear here. We're going to be working really fucking hard the next 2 years and really fucking hard the next 4 years. And then it's going to continue. We can't just stop in 2008. We're like, oh, we got our Democrat. We're good. We can't stop, because that's what got us in this place since 2020. Biden's biggest fuck up was he was not speaking to the American voter. Biggest fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't have debated Trump at any point in time, because fuck Trump. We should not be giving that fuck face any platform.
Correct. Agreed.
And, you know, that's where he fucked up. And then we fucked up as a party when we did not press did not press into those more people talking like you're advocating for, like having creators like Steve, having creators like USMC, having Jolly, having Good Trouble, talking to these voters who are out there. Because, I mean, we have big platforms and we can touch a lot of people in a way that the DNC can't touch through mainstream media. And I think that was a big flaw. We also ran a Black woman. And let's be very clear, this country is based in racism, and that's why she didn't win. The last time we ran a woman, she didn't win either. So
There's a lot of reasons that she didn't win. And one of the things that I'm disappointed in right now is there's no hub for Democrats. And like I said earlier, I'm not a Democrat. And in this next election, whoever they put forward is going to depend on if I vote Democrat or not. I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of
But don't you hear the entitlement in that?
Yeah, but this is the thing though. Like as a Black man, I don't have a lot of chances to like keep losing, because I lose a lot more than the average white American. And I can also say that if like Kamala, right, like whoever the next person is to run this race should be campaigning right now. Donald Trump has never stopped campaigning. He's been campaigning for 9 years. He's never stopped. Even when he wasn't president, he was still campaigning. Where is Kamala? Where is Jeffries? Where are these people who are supposed to go at it hard? I don't care about, oh, well, this is not the time to promote. This is not the time. I don't care about that. You should be doing this right now. The terrain has changed.
I mean, but here's the thing. This is the problem, because now you're talking about the system. Because the way campaigning is like, I can't take a paycheck from my campaign if I'm working a full-time job. I can't take one. And it's just a basic paycheck. Like, it's not like a big amount of money. So like, if someone's campaigning, and there's a second part of that, is that people lose their jobs when they decide to run for office. I am a prime example of, I will probably never be able to get another job based on this. So when you're putting it at a federal level,
Kamala's worth millions. She doesn't need any type of extra money. She should be out here campaigning right now.
That's not the point. The point is, that's not the point. She lost for 3 reasons. She's a woman, she's Black, and misogyny runs this fucking country. That's why. When we talk to leftist voters, their entitlement of wanting the party to meet them, I'm not a Democrat. I'm running as a Democrat, but I'm not a Democrat. But I also understand, as a voter, as a progressive, that the party's not going to ever meet my standards. And that's just how it is until there's a third party system. So what I do is I vote for the bus and the train that gets me closest to the station, because it's public transportation. Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. I don't fall in love with every single candidate that comes across the page. Like, that's just it. I'm not in love with Biden. I never was. That doesn't change the fact that the Democratic Party is a better representation. And the way to fix this is to start at a local and a state level, as well as pushing for federal candidates to do that. Because
how is my statement entitled? I'm trying to figure that out.
So from my perspective, because you said you're not gonna vote for the Democrat, and I guess that's what the question, because I didn't get a chance to kind of follow up though. So I guess the question is, when you see what you see now from the Republican Party, because nowhere in our nation's history have rights ever been taken away from people. Based on our society evolves, and then rights are expanded and or granted. And there is only one political party that is doing that. And I'm critical of the Democratic Party all the time, but they're not taking rights away from people. So it becomes an entitled vote if you don't understand that that's what's happening, because by not voting Democrat, you are perpetuating what we're now seeing.
So, can I reply to that?
Sure.
I feel like this. Um, without all right, so here's the thing. When it comes to Democrats, they are supposed to be the saving grace to whatever ails us politically,
No.
officially, as of
No,
right now.
no,
As of right now,
they're not.
you have the okay, let me finish. You have the right and you have the left. You have two choices. Let's not act like we have a third choice because we don't, right? So
Agreed.
you're either Democrat or you're Republican. This is what I'm saying. Also, what I'm saying is that if a team is the one team that you have to choose between two teams, and that team constantly gets punched in the face, falls on his own sword, has no teeth, never fights back, never understands anything, is completely off the mark of every message ever made, and I'm supposed to throw my hat behind that team, I think that's
So
very ironic because either they're so bad at fighting that they can't win, or they lose on purpose.
right,
There
but
is
but but
Now,
but
am I,
absolutely
but think
no,
but
there's
right, but
absolutely no excuse for the reasons that when Obama became president, voted for him, everything was great. I was happy that a black man was in place. I was happy that America's face is going to change and things are going to get better. It was my hope. And then he was very soft. There was so much opposition for him, and I understand that. I understand that they put up a roadblock for him after roadblock. I also know that in that time, I'm like, man, I wish he was a little bit more aggressive. I wish he was like really like right down to it. But I
right,
also knew
but
being
Morte,
a
but
black man, you can't have that type of
okay,
anger in front of the camera.
I understand,
Well, this
but
I'm
what
about to
you're
land this. I'm about to land this. This is a very short
okay,
thing I'm
okay, go.
about to say. So once he did that, I said, okay, as a president, you can only do so much. Now that Donald Trump has taken the presidency in less than 100 days, he has been more prolific than any president who has come before him. And for you to say that there has
He's
been
been more what?
no rights, more prolific, he's doing so much. Every day I wake up, he's doing more and more.
He's okay, so let's back up a second. So he's doing more and more by violating people's rights by breaking the law. You're okay with that?
When when did I say I was okay with that?
Uh, why would you bring it up? You're saying he prolific? He's doing more prolific
I'm
things, and he's breaking the law.
I'm saying he is doing more with what he has than any
He's
president who has
breaking
come
the
before him.
law.
He's breaking it, but it's working, is the
He's
point.
breaking the law.
You are getting caught in the semantics. It doesn't
No,
matter
no,
if he
no,
breaks
no,
the
my
law.
friend, you are getting caught in an illusion. He is
It's an
breaking the
illusion.
law.
I wake up every morning and I read about what's new, and that always
He
involves Donald Trump.
like
He's
what?
breaking the law. Who's stopping him?
Okay, that's the point. This is where the entitlement comes from. Your entitlement
I'm
by voting
entitled.
for some. This is where your entitlement comes from. I'm going to explain it to you. Your entitlement by not saying I may not find perfection in my quest for perfection, in my quest for wanting everything perfect. I'm going to not vote for someone who would stand up for democracy. Instead, my either vote for Trump or my no vote will give license to people to break the law. That's where your entitlement comes from. Do you understand?
I never said I encouraged anybody to break the law. I never said that I would vote for Trump under any circumstance. I
I
never
didn't
said
say
any
you
of these
did, but you said
things.
you're not going to vote for a Democrat. That's my point. So you're not
So,
willing. You're not
so
willing. Hold on. Hold on. You're not willing to. You're not. First of all, I find it fascinating that you use the word prolific to somebody who is breaking the fucking law every single day. Making threats, wanting to buy, wanting to just take Gaza, violating every possible scenario that's based on traditional small d democratic values. That is entitlement for you that you can think you can say that. Why instead would you not say, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to defend my nation? I know it's not perfect. I'm not going to get all the way to bright. But a Democrat, do you think we would be going through what we're going through right now if Kamala, I'm not done talking. Do you think we would be going through what we're going through right now if Kamala Harris were the president?
obviously not.
So then,
So
I'm,
obviously not. So like here's the thing. The definition of prolific, fruitful or highly productive. That is what it means. It doesn't mean he's
highly
great. He's doing great
productive?
things. He is highly productive. You cannot tell me this dude is not doing things. I'm not
He's
saying he's doing the
breaking the
right thing.
fucking law, my guy. Like
To use the word prolific does not.
if I broke into my neighbor's garage every single day, that would be prolific based on your definition. I'm doing something. I'm breaking into my neighbor's garage.
It means you're being productive is what prolific means.
It's
It does not mean
productive.
that you're doing a great thing. It means that you are productive. You are highly productive, which means you can be a highly productive thief or you can be a highly productive doctor.
And
Either
you're
way,
okay with
you're
that?
highly prolific. I'm not okay with that. I'm saying, oh my God, how like I refuse. I've been a follower of your page for probably a year or two. I refuse to believe that you do not understand what I'm saying. I just can't believe it.
No. What I
And
think
when I'm
you no
trying to
no. I
explain to
understand
you,
what you're
it's
saying.
prolific under the
You're attempting to
definition. It's not.
you're trying to conflate being productive with him being in the news every day, violating the laws and taking the way of rights of people, denying citizenship, erasing entire communities through executive orders. You want to classify that as prolific. I would classify that as a fascist Nazi sitting behind the Resolute desk, taking away rights of people. If you want to equate that with prolific, then I really think you got to check your privilege, my guy. Seriously.
So he's not productive.
He's breaking the fucking law.
You can productively break the law.
Can I jump in here?
I'm done with him.
No, okay. I think I did see some comments. Yeah, take a moment, Steve. Take a breath. I did see some comments, and I want to be very, very clear here. I do hear what he is saying, and to some people that might seem productive, but Trump is breaking the law. And I have to land my plane really quickly because I have to do a school run. Let's be very clear here.
Wow.
Trump is a velociraptor hitting the fence. That is what he is doing. Velociraptors only have one purpose, and he's hitting the fence constantly, not seeing the danger of the velociraptor hitting the fucking fence is really, 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 really naive. Like, we can say productive, I'm not going to say prolific because nothing about that man is prolific other than his fucking ego. Anyway, if you want to affect change, we all have to agree that the Democratic Party does not properly represent us. But that is a function of lack of engagement. That is a function of voter apathy. That is a function of leftists and progressives feeling entitled to the Democratic Party trying to meet them when the Democratic Party is not a progressive party because lack of engagement. If you want to make change, you need to get involved. That is how we stop this. That is how we stop Donald J. Trump from fucking up this country and pulling us further into fascism. Because the longer we allow this to go on, the worse it gets. And if we want to fucking neutralize Elon, for the 982 people here, write the president and say, thank you, President Elon, to the White House, send it there. I'm not kidding. Let's fucking hit Trump right in the ego because you know he hates that shit. And with that, I'm going to land my plane because I have to do a school run. I love you guys. Stay hydrated. Vote blue. Bye.
Later. See you later. Sure. But again, just the trying to equate the fact that he's a narcissist and he needs to have his ego stroked every single day, and he'll stand there and say things like, I'm going to take a sovereign nation. I'm going to punish people that are women, that are members of the LGBTQA community, call them DEI hires. You want to think productive and prolific? That is some serious privilege showing. Holy shit. Wow. That's crazy. Hey, Lennon, how are you today?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
So, okay, I don't want to put words into other people's mouths. I don't completely understand what that man was saying, but I think what he was trying to say, from my perspective, is that We need a person that's like Donald Trump, but only the good person, like a person that's going to go crazy and break the rules and fight back, but for good change, for positive outcomes, for caring about people and wanting to make a difference. Trump's doing all the horrible, monstrous shit out there, and he's breaking the laws, and he's doing it for bad intent. So I think that's what he was trying to get across, is that yes, he's being productive or whatever, but it's for all these insane reasons, and we need a person that's the opposite of that, but still wants to break the rules. Does that make sense?
Maybe. I mean, I get it, but that's a bit of a disingenuous argument to make, especially when you also add, say, I'm not going to vote for a Democrat. I mean, I think that's part of the problem. That's the sense of entitlement. Like if you're going to make the claim to say that I'm not going to vote for a Democrat because of virtue signaling or whatever it was, we're not talking about perfection. We're talking about sometimes it's harm reduction, and that's kind of the environment that we're in now. So for people who are still trying to say he's prolific because he's breaking the law every single day, that is just chaos. I'm not going to engage in that. It's just really disingenuous. It's really disingenuous.
I can definitely see it from that point of view. I just honestly feel like we've sat here and we've screamed at the top of our lungs and gotten in people's faces in a polite way and hoped that they were going to understand the wrong things that they were voting for, like open their eyes and see that they were just voting to be basically completely harmed and have your rights taken away from you, have your money taken away from you, have your lives taken away from you. And they didn't want to hear it. So now, because we're watching that team, because everything's a freaking sport to them, we're watching their team win and they're rubbing it in our faces. We need to play the game the way that they've been playing it, which is completely unfair. They play it by cheating. They play it by acting like sore little loser babies, even when they win. We need to do the same thing because they're playing a completely different game than we're playing at this point in time. So we need to match that energy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for the way in which you fight back. Like, for example, when Nancy Mace was on the floor of the House the other day and used the T slur in reference to the trans community, Jerry Connolly was just expecting decorum. I would be like, can we get that fucking bigot out of the floor of the House for saying shit like that? That would be an example. But to try to describe it as prolific, I think is just a serious entitlement checking through, from my perspective. Listen, there's many ways to fight, but if the expectation is you're just gonna go in front of the camera for the sake of going in front of the camera, and then consider that prolific while someone is literally out there to harm people, that's a problem. That's a problem.
I think he's just trying to put a spin on the way that this is being seen. Like,
I don't care. I don't care. It's disingenuous. I don't care. Again, don't forget what he also said. I'm not going to vote for a Democrat.
No, of course.
That's part of the problem. So yeah, he can miss me with that bullshit. You can leave, Sam Muerte. Thanks for playing. It's disingenuous. We don't have time for that crap. We just don't. We don't have time for it. We don't have time for people trying to excuse their vote away. We don't have time
definitely
for people saying,
not.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
I just worry that we're not doing all that we can, considering what we've seen, considering the way that we know that we've been fighting has been trying to be, considerate of their feelings and understanding that not everybody gets what's going on or not as knowledgeable, or that
considerate to whose feelings?
MAGA, people on that side.
Why should we be considerate to their feelings?
No. I'm saying we have been trying to play in a way or vote in a way and protest in ways and fight for our party in a way that's trying to be considerate of their feelings. And that's not how we can play anymore. We can't sit here and just want to hold their hands and be like, oh, it's okay for you to be ignorant. It's okay for you to be racist. No, we have to. A lot of us have been, though. A lot of us have been hoping that they were just going to see what's going on in front of their eyes, but they're not doing that. And we're being too nice about it. Like, it's time to be as ugly as they're being. When you get into those conversations, it's time to fight back the way that they are by putting out factual information, but having people like, I fucking hate Joe Rogan, but people like him that are that influential, that do.
Yeah, that's different. We talk about that. We talk about that a lot. We talk about how in social spaces, quite frankly, we're getting our asses kicked, and it's been that way for a long time. no doubt about it. But again, you can't make a claim to say, I'm not going to vote for a Democrat just because they're a Democrat, and then at the same time say, see, he's prolific. He's up there spewing lies, hateful rhetoric, lying to the American people, causing harm, releasing traitors, releasing people who beat up police officers, justifying corruption at every single turn, and call that prolific. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. That's entitlement.
I don't think he was saying that he is prolific. I think what he was saying is that what he's doing
Lennon,
is.
I think you should stop trying to tell him what you think he said. We know what he said. Okay? Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I don't need anybody to mansplain it to me. That's just fucking ridiculous. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem. Stop making excuses for people. Stop making excuses. It's a joke. My mind is open, May. It's open. Trust me. I'm the fourth. How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I'm doing. I'm not gonna be here too long. I just want to comment on the last thing the last two commenters said. One, I don't like the way the guy used prolific. For that, kind of going to what you said. That's not prolific. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is he also included the word fruitful when he was defining prolific, and
Exactly.
nothing that he has done has been fruitful. Now you can say it's quote unquote busy work or whatever you want to say, but it's not fruitful. If it's going to be busy, it should be fruitful in order for it to be prolific. Sorry. So that was just terrible words. And one also thing I want to say is going on off what that lady was saying. We should fight a little harder, fight a little differently, but I want to make sure, and you can pick this apart as you want to. We also got to make sure we're not dismantling democracy, trying to fight fire with fire. Because people are saying we got to do exactly what they're doing, but in that case, what will we win? We have dismantled what we have built up so long because we're trying to fight ignorance with more ignorance, and trying to say that our ignorance is different from theirs, or whatever you might take it as. But I just want to say we should just make sure that we should fight harder, but don't stoop to their level, because then that means we're just lowering the bar for our government and the way we run our country.
Because once you go there, there's no return from that.
Exactly.
Once you stoop to that level, once you decide that you're going to use slurs on the floor of the House, then you can't come back from that. Once you decide that you're going to stand there in front of the American people and tell bold-faced lies that you know are lies with an intent to harm an entire community, there's no coming back from that. Once you are literally every single day violating the law, breaking the law in an attempt to fool American gullible voters and entitled voters that this is the way we root out corruption, then there's no coming back from that.
Exactly.
You can fight. And believe me, sign me up that the Democrats are feckless, but there's a way to do it. It's not what we're seeing.
Exactly.
There's a way to do it.
Exactly. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Appreciate you letting me up. Continue with doing what you're doing. You're doing great work.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I don't have time to coddle people's entitlement. There's too much at stake. I don't have time for it. If you were to say, I will always vote Democrat, but they've got to fight differently, then that's a different conversation. But to sit here and say, I'm not going to vote Democrat because they're Democrat and then accept what we get and then call it prolific, that's fucking entitlement. That's entitlement. You don't like it? I don't care. Keep tapping, everybody. Please consider subscribing. Bryce, how are you today?
Hey, man. How you doing? Sorry, I forgot to get rid of my request earlier. I had a kind of a town hall like question for Jessica when she was up here, but I was kind of wondering what her thoughts were going to be on that legislation passed in Tennessee, potentially suppressing votes for, representatives in the House over there. I don't know if maybe you could speak on that a little bit, kind of the implications of that moving forward or whatnot.
Yeah, I think so. You're talking about if you vote against Trump immigration policies, it can be a felony.
Yeah, something like that. And I can't remember the exact name of the bill or whatnot, but just hoping to get her. I think I saw she was running for in Tennessee, so I was hoping to kind of get her perspective on that if she was going to be a part of that directly impacted by that. But
Well, she's
yeah,
running for Congress. She's not running for state office in Tennessee.
I gotcha.
She's
I
running for
gotcha.
Congress. Yeah, it's Victoria, by the way.
Okay, sorry. Yep, sorry.
That's okay. No worries. I'm sure she'll be back. We can certainly ask her at some point today. But it's more about that was a state level bill, and again, there's things that they're also trying to introduce about extending the legitimacy of basically allowing Donald Trump to run for a third term. That came from a Tennessee legislator. So there's a lot going on in Tennessee.
I gotcha. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm learning a lot. As you can see, a lot of stuff kind of goes over my head sometimes. So I appreciate you for keeping us educated.
It's my pleasure. Have a good day.
You as well.
All right. Just want to thank you really quickly to Christina for subscribing. I appreciate you guys. Let me just double check here for any contributions over here. Thank you to everybody who. Thank you to Andrea. Thank you, Andrea, for your $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you very much. That's very kind of you. I'm challenging the chat to $2 a challenge to thank Steve for what he does. Thank you, Andrea, for that. So there you go. The challenge has been thrown down. I just, again, we don't have time. We do not have time to be picking apart. In the quest for perfection, we often ignore the good. Everybody is entitled to a reason why they voted. But if you're going to stand here and say, I'm looking for perfection, and if I don't get perfection, I'm either not going to vote or I'm going to vote for the side that's winning, then you get what you pay for, especially people from marginalized communities. It's a tough sell to me. Especially, we had a conversation earlier this week from someone who was a protest voter, member of a marginalized group, and their response to Trump winning is to pack their shit and leave the country. It's kind of why we're here. Right? So, it's a difficult sell for me, and I don't play nice anymore. I'm done.
Well, hello,
Erica.
What a show you're having today.
They're always fun.
So listen, I was listening to that guy on the way home from my job, which is finished because I'm in a different time zone to you guys. But this is the deal, because someone will accuse me of not having a job if I don't say that. So this this is the deal, right? It is wild to me that you can say, I'm fed up of losing, and so I'm just going to vote for the team. I'm just going to vote for the team. I'm going to vote for the side that wins because my feelings are hurt that I keep voting for the side that's not winning. Let me let you into a little secret.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you guys very much.
I live in a country where there are 13 parties currently represented in our parliament. And in my entire life, I have voted once to the party that won. Once in my entire life. And what I didn't do was say, well, I'm going to stop voting, or I'm going to vote for the other party just because they are more likely to win. No, you know what? I have these things called principles, and I have morals, and I have ethics, and all of those things every time would stop me from voting for a party who I fundamentally disagree with, because I'm fed up of losing. And I understand I have a bigger choice of parties that I can vote for, but there's still only two who ever fucking win. So, you know, it is wild to me that person who's fed up of losing was indicating that they're either going to vote for a third party who are still going to lose, or they're going to move their vote to the Republicans because they perceive that as being more of a chance of winning. By the way, if you're fed up of losing, that probably means you didn't vote for Biden either. It probably means you didn't vote for Biden. So where are you putting your vote? And are you surprised that you're fed up of losing?
Yeah. yeah, yeah, it's just a big miss there, and I think it personifies the whole team sport mindset. Like,
Yeah.
I'm tired of losing, so I'm going to vote. And quite frankly, I mean, if you look at the last few election cycles, we had 8 years of Clinton, we had 8 years of Bush, we had 8 years of Obama, we had a year of Trump, we had a year of Biden, got a year of Trump, 4 years of Trump again. So it's not like there's the party that's losing. It's just about your own moral priorities. Again, it's just this entitlement. I'll never get it. Maybe I should be more entitled. Who the fuck knows? No, I don't think I want that. Yeah, they confirmed Kennedy. What's the vote? Anybody check that yet?
Well, I didn't vote for him.
I know you didn't.
Assure you, and neither did my parents. They were like, "Who is that man? And why can't he say a sentence?" They were like, "He's just talking rubbish."
Faith, are you there? We're tracking the vote, so if anybody has that update, guys, I'm just curious about what the vote might be. We're sort of watching that because we're going to shame any Democrat that votes to support him. But as it sits right now, it looks like it's RFK is going to be telling you how to keep your family safe from whatever it is that he votes for.
Somebody said, sorry, I imagined Erica like Aunt B. I don't know who Aunt B is. Who's
from
Aunt
Andy
B?
Griffith from the Andy Griffith Show.
I don't know who that is.
It's a comedy sitcom from back when it was in black and white, so it goes way back.
Oh, good.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm
so old. I only appear in black and white.
Good morning. Hi, Erica. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Silver Fox.
Hi. Thank you, Rainey. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You look like you needed it.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Appreciate you.
No, I do listen to you every morning, of course. But this actually mentioning RFK Jr. Kind of it gives a good segue to what I was going to say. So on I have the Substack app, and I'm subscribed to it's SARS C19, and I get daily messages about updates on the H5N1 and the bird flu and all that stuff. It's getting really, really bad. And I know our news is probably not covering that. And you have a large following here. So I wanted to try and spread the word as much as I can.
Please.
The mortality rate for the H5N1 is about 50% in humans. So it's pretty bad. And I just want people to be prepared because it's spreading a lot across the globe. And there have been some cases in the USA already.
Yeah, and obviously with although there was a ruling made recently by a judge somewhere that the CDC and the NIH had to put their language and their news reporting on things like this back up on their websites, because that was another request made through executive order that language about health epidemics and or whatever it might be was to be removed from these various websites. So I know that was put back in. So that's good news, I guess, but it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us protect against everything, right?
Right. And with CVID outbreak, when Trump was president before, it was downplayed, and it was really, really bad. So they'll probably try and downplay this also. And just, use your brains, everyone, please.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, I don't think our nation realizes what these organizations do to help keep us safe, but everybody thinks it's a conspiracy against them because they were told there was when there actually isn't.
Right.
Right. Thank you, Rainey. I
But
appreciate you.
yeah, no problem. Have a good day, Silver
You too.
Fox.
Thank you, Rainey. Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody, sorry, I plugged my microphone in now. I literally just walked through the door when I came on. No new pandemics under Biden.
No new pandemics. That's right.
There we go. Just want to remind everybody.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's another person. So Linda McMahon, Linda McMahon. We know of Linda McMahon because she is the heir to the WW World Wrestling Federation. She is Trump's nominee to head the Department of Education. That I don't know will exist. I'm not sure of the point, but there's apparently at least 3 protesters that have spoken up at her confirmation hearing. We know the confirmation vote for RFK is happening. We know that Kash Patel, that nomination is still sitting in committee. So, yeah, that's nice.
I find it interesting that for a group of people who are so interested in protecting children, or so they say, that they're so happy to have so many people who have either essayed people themselves or who have stood up or defended other people who have essayed people. That's interesting.
Hummingbird, good morning.
Good morning. I hit request early. I just popped back in here because I hit request in here and then another one came up on the thing and I hit the wrong. Anyway, it took me into a MAGA live.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'm fixing to get a bunch of hate comments or reported in my video, but that's fine. I just got off probation. So, I was trying to reach across the aisle.
Yeah.
I just asked because they it's the same rhetoric that we're used to hearing, right? But I asked if I can criticize something that my party is doing wrong, is there anything that they can criticize in their party? Is there anything wrong in their party? And they absolutely could not. There was not one. It was all back to the Democrats, and every single, I think there was like 8 other people there, I think. And I think 6 of them were women that were on Social Security and or disability. And they said that they had to pay taxes on it. They wanted all of the illegals out, all of this stuff. And it is, I'm just speechless at this point.
I know that doesn't surprise you, but I mean, we literally see it. I mean, Medicaid being cut, Social Security benefits being slashed, VA benefits being slashed. SNAP programs that benefit impoverished communities, and oftentimes those impoverished communities, by the way, are also MAGA voters. Mm-hmm. So they will not accept it. Even yesterday, when the inflation rate was announced to be spiking, Trump blamed it on Biden, called it Bidenflation. Right.
Yep.
You know what's interesting though? I think I spent quite a lot of time listening to the BS from that side over the last week or so. They seem to all think that something is going to happen akin to them getting a check back from the government for money that they have already given in taxes. Like all of these savings are somehow going to come back to them.
Yep.
No, they're not. They're going to pay for 400 or 6, however many $100 millions of Teslas, armored Teslas to go. They will spend that money on something else. And considering they've already set up a sovereign wealth fund, mm-hmm. It would not, and this is my opinion and mere speculation, but it would not surprise me at all if they didn't put that money somewhere for safekeeping, and then it not be available.
Exactly.
That's correct.
It is a cult, because if you cannot criticize something going on wrong within your own party, that is scary. And
I mean, That's the whole point. We're just asking for accountability. Just hold your elected officials accountable. I mean, we do it all the time. I mean, I'm sitting up here lambasting members of my own party for not doing enough to push their progressive agenda, calling out people who are registered Democrats that didn't show up, the entitled 60 million people that just decided they couldn't participate in democracy. Yeah, call out your elected officials. Call them out. Weird yesterday, we had 3 people that we spoke to that had buyer's remorse. But then the next question is, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to fix it?
Exactly. And I think as it's going to take them personally being harmed and seeing the benefits, like I rarely get on Facebook now, but there was someone that I know.
Hey, BJXX, can you please request, because you said that we don't ever do that. So I kind of find that's fascinating. I can give you a dozen examples off the top of my head, but please request so we can have that conversation. I promise I won't bite. I'll only nibble. Thank you. Sorry, Hummingbird. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. ADHD, but literally someone that was a very outright MAGA supporter. She was placed on a call with 8 other people. She doesn't work for the federal government, but they were fired. And jobs are going to continue to get harder and harder to find, especially as inflation and things get harder. And it's just ironic that the party that is anti-handouts are the ones that are receiving the most handouts.
Exactly.
Voting against the wrong interests.
Listen, I'm not sure jobs are going to become harder to find. I think some jobs you're going to be able to find really easily, like working in the fields picking fruit and vegetables, because the people that are doing those jobs right now are going to be deported, but you're not going to want to work for the money that those people work for. So yeah, you'll probably be able to find a job, but it's not a job that you will want to do.
Fair. That's right. And it's not going to be enough to pay the bills either.
This, by the way, this reporting just coming across the wire from just dated myself. President Zelensky said that Ukraine will not accept a peace deal struck between the United States and Russia without Kyiv's involvement. Quote, as an independent country, we simply cannot accept any agreements without us. And I articulate this very clearly to our partners. We will not accept any bilateral negotiations on Ukraine without us, Zelensky said today. His comments came a day after Trump spoke on the phone with his Russian counterpart Putin before he also called with Zelensky. Zelensky said that the fact that Trump spoke to Putin first was, quote, not pleasant. He added, talks with Russia should take place only after a plan to stop Putin has been worked out. So,
can we just point out at this point that Trump 100% has previous on this. I don't know whether previous in this country we would say if someone has committed a crime and they have a criminal record on something, we would say they have previous. He's got previous on this. This is exactly what he did with Afghanistan. Exactly. He cut out the Afghanistan government and Correct. He negotiated directly with the Taliban. Correct. And made absolutely no plan to include those people. Not only did he not include those, and this is again, he's doing it again, he did not include the people who are working with you to achieve what is being worked to achieve. He's not including the EU in this. He's not including NATO in this. He's not including any of the countries that are also involved in this conflict. Even if we go back to the Budapest Memorandum, there are 4 countries involved in the Budapest Memorandum as signatories: the US, the UK, Ukraine, and Russia.
Correct.
And only 2 of those 4 countries are involved in this right now. He does this all the time. I don't understand how people can still defend him at all in any way.
NATO members must shift to a wartime mindset, the alliance chief says. Chief of NATO has said that several member states have agreed to invest significantly more in defense spending, as he warned that the military alliance must shift to a wartime mindset. In a meeting today, NATO members agreed on an updated action plan to rebuild a strong defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic. Secretary General Mark Rutte told the news conference Several NATO members announced large increases in defense spending in the meeting. I expect many ministers to return home from today's meeting with a great sense of urgency. He continued, we need significantly more defense spending, so there is no time to waste. That is in a direct response to Trump's conversations with Russia. So there you go.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it pretty much is. Yep. But we saw it coming.
Yeah. Can I point out again, how many people did we speak to in the run up to the election who said they liked Trump because of his international relations and his his foreign policy?
Right.
His foreign policy apparently is to just take over wherever he wants in the world and give the other parts of the world that he doesn't want to the other side. That's his foreign policy.
Mm-hmm. If you look at, like, I don't know if this is an allowed word, technocracy, like the whole thing with apartheid Russia or apartheid South Africa and all of the ties that Elon has to it, the areas that we are red, white, and blue land, you know, all of those things that we're trying to go after the U.S. I don't mean we, but, you know, that Trump is going after it. It very much aligns with that, and anyway, go ahead.
Mitch McConnell again stepping in, voting against RFK. The vote is still happening. It looks like he's obviously going to get confirmed, but again, Mitch McConnell voted against Tulsi Gabbard, voting against RFK. So it does look like the Senate Judiciary Committee has also advanced Kash Patel's nomination out of committee, which means it then goes to the floor for full floor vote, again along party lines. We will see. Kash Patel took money from Russia. Kash Patel, election denier, conspiracy theorist. Kash Patel lied on numerous times to the committee, and he still got advanced out of committee, even though he was literally lying to the faces of those Republicans. Nice.
Nice. If this is just prior warning for the Trumpers. If any Trumper tries to tell me that I'm a colonizer because I have a British accent, we will be having words.
There's now a big push because of the likely confirmation of RFK that long-serving NIH leaders will be retiring or leaving based on the fact that he will be now a person in charge of NIH. Nice. That's great. Good to know. Good to know the people that are supposed to be out there protecting us are just now going to run because of the freaking leader that's been put in charge, but nothing to see here.
I'm curious what is going on behind the scenes and how many people are receiving threats and or money, what have you, and are scared for just their families' lives, and are they willing to put that on the line?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you today?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I was watching the press conference yesterday from the White House, and it was pretty scary watching it with the glazed look over everybody's eyes in there. It was like one of those evangelical healings. Remember when we used to watch on TV, and people would be walking, and they would touch them, and that was the vibe I was getting, and this is all pretty scary stuff. Mm-hmm. But my question, what I've been wondering is things are going to get bad, in my opinion. I truly believe things, and they've already started. And of course, we all heard how the numbers already rise a bit inflation wise, and of course, it was Joe Biden's fault, which is an unbelievable stretch. After 2 years of growth, it was all of a sudden Joe Biden's fault after they come into office that the inflation rose a bit. But in my opinion, it's just going to get much worse. And this isn't something I wish.
Well, let's remember, we go back to the first 2 years of the Trump presidency. The first time they took credit for Obama's economy. So then if the person who's in charge apparently is the one who is responsible for the good or for the bad. So Donald Trump is in the White House now. Stock market crashing down 200 points as of at the end of closing yesterday. Gas prices are up. Price of eggs are up. Inflation's up. So I guess that's all Biden's fault too, right?
It's funny how that works, Steve.
Yeah.
It's funny
how
that
I know.
works. But back to and again, this isn't something I wish for, but things are going to get bad, Steve. I've got a bad feeling about it. You can see it already start happening. My question is to these MAGA out there. When will it ever get to the point where you'll be able to look at me or anyone else in the eye and say, you know what, I fucked up. I made a mistake. What's it going to take for any of them to do that, or will that ever happen at all? Are they capable? Are they even capable of ever saying, I might have missed on this one?
Not the MAGA people, no.
We had a couple yesterday. We had a couple yesterday that voted for Trump 3 times, and he regretted it. He finally came to a realization that he regretted his vote. I told him that wasn't enough at this point. Obviously, he's got to go out and do the work. He's got to go to right-wing spaces, whether it be TikTok or other places, and then call out people who are still in the cult. I told him that he needs to go to BLM rallies. He needs to go to LGBTQA events. He needs to go volunteer at Planned Parenthood. He needs to go and hug an immigrant. He needs to go and volunteer at a food bank. He needs to go read to children at school, because these are all the communities that his vote is harmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what he does.
And I just want to say something to someone in the comments who's not all that bright. Sarah's mum said that Biden was president for 3/4 of January. You don't know fractions. It was 2/3, not 3/4. And secondly, the inflation is being caused by the bluster from Trump that has been happening since he won the election in November. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Biden put out no economic policy, made no changes in January, and thus it cannot be Biden's fault. And it's not semantics. You don't know fractions. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not their strong. Kevin. It's not their strong point to be accurate.
It's not. It's not.
Well, anyway,
I appreciate you jumping in today.
Enjoy you much, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
You too.
Sarah's mom, I just sent you an invite. I don't think you'll come up because it's going to be a difficult argument for you to defend, but you can try. You may be the one. Maybe you're the one that can explain to us how inflation works. I'd be curious about that. Anywho, we're still tracking the votes. 51-47 at last check along party lines, with the exception of Mitch McConnell. It's a little bit too late for you, Turtle, but at least you're voting now. Maybe you can convince others in your caucus to do the same. I doubt it, though, because you have no power anymore. But you set up the Supreme Court. You took away rights of women. You denied Barack Obama 2 seats on the Supreme Court, and you're living in your shit now. So 52-48, there's the final vote. So 52-48, party lines with the exception of Mitch McConnell. You voted to deny the confirmation. RFK is now the new Department of Health and Human Services Secretary. Cash Patel vote coming up later. Linda McMahon, head of the Department of Education, her testimony is happening as we speak.
I would encourage everyone to go get masks and to also make sure your vaccines are updated. Tdap is every 10. If you get an injury or something, they recommend every 5. So if you can, this is not medical advice, obviously, but get your Tdap updated. Obviously, other things as well, but this is going to get, I think people need to start realizing how, and there's been measles outbreaks in Texas. TB is on the rise. There's a lot of stuff. If inflation and all of the other stuff with NATO does not harm us directly, disease and misinformation about health and that sort of thing absolutely will harm us. So,
yeah. Thank you for being here today, Hummingbird. I appreciate
it.
Yes,
I got to go to a dentist appointment anyway. I hope you guys have a good day.
See you later.
See you
appreciate
later.
You very much.
Bye, guys.
The resistance is everywhere. If you know where to look, appreciate it.
You should all really follow Hummingbird.
Yeah, I totally agree. Everybody follow the Hummingbird. Appreciate you guys very much. All right, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blew my mind.
Hey, Mickey. Hey,
Hi,
Mickey.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Mickey.
That's funny because that's how I got that name when I was younger. My neighbor used to sing that song to me. Anyway.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my name is really Kim, but I just whatever. I had a question. I keep hearing about if Trump ignores the court's ruling that we'll have a constitutional crisis. What does that mean? Like, what will happen?
So think of it this way. We have a system. First of all, we're already in it. I think we're already in a constitutional crisis. So when you elect someone who basically tried to overthrow democracy, we already have a constitutional crisis. Anyway, we have a system of checks and balances, right? So we have division, separation of powers in our government, where one body has oversight over another body, courts rulings to determine whether something is constitutional or not. So that's kind of how the system works. So when you are when a court, the judicial branch, gives you a court order and says what you're doing is illegal, and the executive branch, of which those other branches have oversight over, ignores it, that creates a constitutional crisis. So the Constitution says the law of the land, as determined by the judicial branch, if they say what you're doing is illegal and unconstitutional, and you're going to do it anyway, that becomes a constitutional crisis.
Like, so what happens? Like, eventually, like, the courts are just weak, and are we like Russia then? We're in a dictatorship, or?
Yep, that's enforcement. It's basically enforcement. That's the issue. So again, you're told what you're doing is illegal. Now there were some examples of how, for example, they stopped the Justice Department under the Trump administration did not allow the Doge boys, the camp counselors in training, to go into the Department of Education. We don't know how far that will go. But the judge saying you can't stop federal funding that's already been appropriated, so they unfroze those assets, right? Which is money allocated by Congress constitutionally, following the rules. Congress has the purse strings, so the executive has no control over the ability to stop those things by using an executive order. The point is that they are going to push everything, and they are going to force the courts to step in. And unless somebody wants to be the plaintiff, unless a court or a plaintiff wants to take up the argument, then what they will continue to do will continue to be unconstitutional against the law.
But even if a court does choose to take it up, if they take it up and find against Trump, and he then chooses to ignore their ruling and do it anyway, the whole system, the system of checks and balances, is really fragile, and it relies upon the idea that everybody involved in that respects the system of checks and balances. And this is the thing, I've been saying this for months and months and months and months and months. Last time Trump was president, there were some guardrails on him, i.e. there were people who had been in government before, or people who had worked in administrations, and did things like keeping things off his desk so they couldn't be signed, giving him advice that he couldn't do things. This time he has purposefully appointed people who have either no knowledge of it, don't care about it, and he doesn't have knowledge of it. He doesn't know the Constitution. We know he doesn't know the Constitution, and he doesn't care about it. And the number of times that Steve pointed out last time that he had said that he was willing to go against the Constitution. And if you look at the people who he's appointed, Pete Hegseth was very directly asked the question when he, in his confirmation hearings as Secretary of Defense, he was very pointedly and clearly asked the question, would he ignore an illegal order from Donald Trump? And he didn't answer that question.
Now, with the courts ruling everything, doesn't he have judges he placed that will do whatever he wants? Like, do you think he'll take that step and just put it before them?
It's not exactly that simple. That's what's called judge shopping. So depending on where litigation comes from, the circuit courts or the appeals courts, you can judge shop around. Like you'll see a lot of activity in courts in Texas, because the court system there is heavily Republican and conservative. And a lot of the judges are appointed by Trump. So I guess I will say this to everyone. We have got to stop thinking that they can't do something because of rules, because they just put in place.
Every time we think it, they keep doing it anyway.
Exactly. So we January 6th and the 2020 coup to overthrow democracy was a test. That was a test to see where there were gaps in the system. And they realized that the only gaps or the only guardrails were people that said, we're not going to allow this to happen. Mike Pence standing up to that, doing his job, basically. Members of Trump's own team standing up. The courts, in some cases, standing up. Now, it's, even though the law is being broken every single day, it's going to take somebody to stand up for it. So, for example, if the Republicans were so disgusted by this and they wanted to impeach Trump, they could do it. They could do it. They could file articles of impeachment.
I know. I don't understand why they're all cowering down. Is this for their jobs? Is that why? Does it mean that much to them?
It's power.
I mean,
money.
But they can't all agree with everything he's doing. But they
don't.
I don't think I would go. I don't think they do. I just think they're too scared to go against it because
that's disgusting. Because we're allowed to threaten. Because aren't they being threatened with the primaries and all from Elon Musk?
Again, that's a threat, sure, because they know the money is out there. But when you get a taste of power, when you're enriching yourselves on the backs of these tax cuts, when your corporate donors are asking you to vote against something or for something, and they'll line your pockets.
Right.
Again, it's follow the money.
Oh my God. I just can't believe that people aren't seeing this. It's just
every day.
It's a very, 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 very scary time. Do you think we are going to be pulled out of, like we're going to pull out of NATO?
You can't. He can't do that.
He can't do that. Yep.
Oh, he can't do that because I remember him saying, didn't he say he didn't want to be part of NATO?
No. Well, Marco Rubio, his Secretary of State, within the last 4 years, bought a bill that basically said the US can't leave NATO without a supermajority ruling in the Senate. So it's now the law that you would need, what is it, 67? You would need 67 votes in the Senate, and they don't have it. So he can't. I mean, he could say we're pulling out anyway, but then what he does is he I don't think that right now he would outwardly do anything that directly goes against the Republicans in the House and the Senate. And if the Republicans in the House and Senate voted for that, I don't think at this moment in time he will do that. Doesn't mean he won't do it in the future, but I don't think he'll do it now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Can you put me down? I don't know how to get out of here.
Thanks for being here. Linda McMahon, by the way, she's being questioned by Tim Kaine. So, of course, we know that the right has been all against student loan forgiveness. We know that has been something that they just do not support. During an exchange with Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat from Virginia, Linda McMahon fully commits to implementing public service loan forgiveness programs because she said that's the law. Kaine said that during the first Trump administration, then Education Secretary Betsy DeVos and the department slow-walked approvals of public service loan forgiveness, leading to only 3% acceptance rate of fully qualified applicants. During the Biden administration, quote, during the Biden administration, more than 1 million applicants were approved for forgiveness, as was appropriate, given the congressional directive. Kaine said that if the Doge boys, the Doji brothers, or somebody else tells you, we don't like these programs and we don't want you to implement them, I can count on you to stand up and fully implement them to benefit those who are entitled to the benefit by the congressional statute? Yes, she said, because that's the law. Keep an eye on that. Everybody save that quote. Everybody save that, because we know the rhetoric from the right about student loan forgiveness.
Isn't that just like saying it's settled law? Isn't that it's settled law over again?
Pretty much. Yeah. Again, just as a reminder, RFK confirmed to be Health and Human Services Director, Secretary, with Mitch McConnell being the only Republican that voted against. All Democrats voted against. Hey, Posture, how are you today?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
We got you. Yep.
So I'm listening. I've been listening for like the last hour and a half. Obviously, it's always good stuff. But I was thinking about the fact that, and something that I know some of us come from religious backgrounds. I grew up in church and stuff like that. And to me, this feels like a Jim Jones situation. It's like there's some type of bewitchment that has happened, like some type of psychological engineering, to where people who support Donald Trump really, really, really are they're there's like a cognitive dissonance to where they don't want to. I feel like if they admit that they're wrong, it upends so many things that they probably value. It makes relationships that they've ended have been worth it. It just makes you look like a
You guys keep talking. I'll
pure
be right back. Sorry.
ass. You know what I'm saying? And I think people have a hard time coming around to that. And so, while it is crazy that we find ourselves in this situation where they're effing around and finding out, but it also is like, we can't just like hope that Democrats are going to somehow change their messaging and get their shit together. They're not, because they also are belabored by the same issues that Republicans are belabored by, which is corporate greed. And I think that at this point in time, dealing with a group of people who are clearly in a cult, we have to figure out a way to bypass the Democratic Party, start a ground game to like build a coalition, to build whatever that new party looks like. We have to start now. And I think the issue that we always run into is that when elections happen, those independents, those libertarians, the Jill Stein people, they don't show up until election year. But what about organizing now? What about getting people who are on the same page now? What about getting the Trump people who are starting to see the light and say, oh my God, I was wrong, pulling them in now and saying, hey, let's start the ground game now, because I don't trust Democrats to fix this. I don't. And I don't trust.
The problem that you're going to have is, right, any successful third party movement has to grow from the ground up. It can't start top down. I think what you actually have to do is you have to do what MAGA did with the Republicans, but do it with the Democrats. And oh, hi Kipper. And you need to be making sure that you have progressive candidates, because it's progressivism within the Democratic Party that is going to change the game. It's people who are not going to take PAC money, who are not specifically going to take money from AIPAC. And it's making sure that those are the people that you are voting for in primaries, that those are the candidates that you are supporting. But not only that, people who are here in the comment section, stand up and stand. Become if you hate politicians, become a politician and fucking change it.
And I think that's what I'm trying to say too. Like, and not that we're going to create a third party within 2 years or 3 years, but we really do need to do a full gutting of the current Democratic Party, because anytime you got people like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and people like that still calling the shots, you got people, we saw, what's his name? Hakeem Jeffries. Of course, he has to raise money. But doing donor events, it doesn't look good in this moment. We know it has to happen, but it doesn't look good. So it's like, I feel like we all need to figure out a way to put pressure on our politicians to make sure they do come around and have a more populist message and be more aggressive. Like the other caller, the guy who was saying that Trump was prolific. I mean, I think I knew what he was trying to say, and prolific was not the right term to use. But I think the idea is, why don't we start breaking shit? Yes, we don't want to break the law, but at the same time, one thing that Trump has been able to do is show that if you really want to get some shit done, even if you're bending the rules, he's making his people believe that he's getting shit done, albeit illegally.
But he's not getting anything done. But he's not getting anything done.
But that's the perception, is what I'm saying. And
I understand that, but let's separate perception from reality, right?
Of course,
he's not getting it. He's not getting anything done. That's the whole point. So that's why. And yes, and I've had some time to reflect on that, and I do understand. But the problem with his argument was he was saying he was not going to vote for a Democrat, and yet.
Well, that's counterproductive, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why I would ask you the same question, though. So I would ask you the same question. I mean, I'm up here every single day criticizing status quo Democrats and conservatives, but I also like how Victoria describes it. It's like it's the train that gets us 3/4 of the way to what we want.
It is exactly,
and
and
that's
so
that's the point, right? I mean, that's the
hmm
point, because we're
hmm
not, if we have to stop looking for perfection.
of course, and that's
You
never
know,
going to
and that's the
happen.
hard part.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We need to be more aggressive about being the change that we want to see. Like those of us that are in this space, and I agree with you. The two-party system is what it is, and you can't run for office without money. You need the money. But the one thing to help the party change its stance and sort of like have a come to Jesus moment about where they need to be is us putting
Exactly.
pressure on them to say, hey, we need to promote AOC, put her in a position. We need to promote Jasmine Crockett. No, Hakeem Jeffries may not be the best fit for Speaker. Like we need to be able to say those things and be put pressure on them to make the changes that we want to see.
Yeah,
But
we have to avoid the acceptance of the status quo, right? And I think that's the push.
exactly,
Like I keep saying
exactly.
this a lot, because the
hmm
overwhelming majority of Americans, and Erica hates it when I say this, but progressives in the U.S. are standing in advocacy for universal health care and public education reform
hmm
and in responsible legislation to prevent firearms death and taxing the rich.
Right.
Those things are considered progressive here, right?
But they're
Well,
populist positions. Most people agree with those things.
exactly. That's the point.
Yeah.
But the status quo Democrats, especially at DNC leadership, know that if they lean in too hard, then that's going to piss off their corporate donors. So that's why we have to be pushing and forcing that hand.
And
it may
listen,
take a couple. It may take a couple of election cycles for
the
us to
Right.
get there. But
the Democrats are doing this thing which I very much feel the Labour Party are doing here at the moment, right? They've listened too much to right-wing talking points. And so
hmm
what they're doing is they're trying to placate the right wing rather than trying to do things that their base wants. Right, the vast majority of people who voted Democrat would have wanted Kamala Harris to speak up more against Israel on behalf of the Palestinian people. The
Right.
vast majority, right? But instead, they're placating the right wing. All the stuff about the border and the wanting her border policy being the border policy of what's his name, that guy, the Oklahoma guy, whatever his name is.
Oh,
Why was
I
that her
understand.
border policy? Because that's ostensibly it's a right wing policy, right?
hmm
It doesn't take any notice of DACA. It doesn't make any changes for the people that need the change, right? All it does is placates the right wing. Stop trying to placate right wingers and be progressive, because that's even what some of the people who say they're on the right want. They actually want, when you listen to them, a lot of the things that they say they want are they don't want this huge wealth gap between rich people and poor people. They don't want it. And so what they're doing, what Democrats are doing, the same as what the Labour Party are doing here, is by trying to placate the right wing, they are disenfranchising and pushing away the liberals and left wingers. So just get all that stuff out of our heads and
Right.
start pushing the things that the left wing want, because that is what will bring people to you.
agreed.
And also, I think the economics, and again, I'm not one of those people that believe it was all about race, why Kamala lost. There's a lot of reasons. But I do think the economic conversation is one that I don't think we did a good job in communicating. I mean, all the bills that Biden passed were fantastic, especially the infrastructure bill. But we didn't talk about it as like a kitchen table, bread and butter, the cost of eggs type of thing. There's definitely a lot of work to be done. They're not going to be perfect. But like I said, it starts with us. And I think MAGA, those of them, a lot of them do seem to have a cult mindset. And I don't think that conversation is going to change that. I think we're going to have to really focus, like you said, or I think on the other day, we got to focus on those people that stayed home and figure out how to get them activated. And I
Yeah, you
think one of
said
those things is going to see party change where the party looks like the people, like the party is more current. The party is more energized. The party is more thinking outside the box and doing things that people can actually see that are more tangible.
you said something I think it's really important. I mean, I think there are five reasons specifically from my perspective why Kamala Harris lost. I think race and gender obviously have to take, those are major reasons why. We can compare
Right.
Hillary Clinton losing. I mean, obviously, I think our country has just proven it's not ready for a woman, especially a black woman.
Right.
I do think it's proximity to whiteness. I think a lot of people decided that they couldn't vote for a black woman because
Right.
even it was a woman voting against their best interest. I do think there is still the connection that they have aligned Democrats with AIPAC and Democrats with the Israeli government. I think that's it. But to your point, it's the kitchen table economic impact, which I don't think the Democrats did a good job delivering. It's when you talk about it at a macro level, there's no denying the success of the Biden administration. There's no denying that, but it didn't resonate. And when you connect your wagon of promotion to rich rock stars and celebrities, that makes the gap even wider. So
it does, and
like I want to see Democrats coming into our spaces. Like I want prominent Democrats to go and sit down and have a conversation with me.
Exactly.
Like that's to connect with voters, and that they just don't do
and that's the thing, because like and I'm gonna jump off, but I had this conversation with some friends of mine. Like, I don't think some people realize when they leave when you grow up below the poverty line and then you become somewhat successful. Let's say you start making six figures, you start living in the suburbs, and your kids are in soccer and all the different stuff. You become a soccer mom, soccer dad, whatever. You do tend to have a disassociation with the struggles of that below the poverty line experience.
It's true.
Like, it's different. Like when you're arguing about, whether or not you can go to the elite gym or the, not so elite gym, but you don't have to go to Planet Fitness anymore. You tend to forget what it's like to have that $10 a month come out of your account, and it means something. Or for me, the price of eggs are up, but it doesn't stop me from buying eggs. But for some people, that $6 change in price is the difference of them buying groceries or getting gas to go to work. And I think that's what we forget. And I think Democrats, a lot of us have become educated. We go to college, we get advanced degrees, we start making money, and we do this liberal social posturing, right? Progressive ideas, we're all about it. But then when it comes to places like what happened in Chicago with the immigrants, it was wrong what they did. But those black folk in those black neighborhoods who were seeing parks that they paid for out of their own pocket through community organizing be turned into shelters for immigrants, that hits different. They're not mad at the immigrants. They're just trying to figure out where y'all get all this money from all of a sudden. So it's like,
that's a really good. That's a great point. That's the
so we have to learn how to talk about it. That disconnect, right? So it wouldn't have harmed Kamala to say. And again, I think Kamala did a fantastic job, but it wouldn't have harmed her to say, what, Chicago, we do have an immigration problem. There does need to be a legal pathway, and it isn't right that they couldn't. Those same folks that voted for the sanctuary city status, be fair about where you place them. Don't just place them in black neighborhoods. Put them in some white suburbs too. See how, make it a fair, share the burden. You know what I'm saying? And that's not what happened. And like the kitchen table issues, I think we got to get back to that and just talk to people just like they're normal, and not assume that everybody has a bachelor's degree, watching the Housewives of Atlanta all day, because that's not everybody's lived experience.
But I think what's really important to remember as well is people on our side, right? We want everybody to be able to afford eggs. That's what we want. We want everybody to be able to afford eggs. Unfortunately, the trap that the people on the other side have fallen into is they want to be able to afford eggs, and they don't care about everybody else affording eggs.
Right.
And we don't want to be those guys, right? We want to help everybody to be able to afford them, not just looking out for us. But we have to remember, if we're looking out for everybody, we really have to be looking out for everybody, right?
Everybody, right.
And like you say, not overburdening some communities with with having to prop up everything all the time. That has to be spread out to every community.
Exactly.
Even if you think you're going to piss some people off, do you know what? It doesn't matter what you do, you're always going to piss someone off.
Of course.
Absolutely. From a strategy perspective, I think to this, then I'll finish this up here. I think from a strategy perspective, and just bear with me on this tangent, human rights is boring. it doesn't elicit the response that fuck Joe Biden, stop the steal, drill baby drill. It doesn't elicit that level of emotional response, because for people who talk about the importance of human rights, you are either all in support of human rights, or you're all out. There's no middle ground, right? So when you talk about it to the point of, we want equality, we want human rights for everyone. I believe that healthcare, for example, is a human right. When you talk about it in those terms, people think universal healthcare, that's going to cost me money. That's a socialist agenda. So I think within the defense of human rights, if you changed your messaging to say safety, affordability, freedom, whatever that might be, those 3-word catchphrases that can resonate with all communities, right? And I think that's where I'm glad you brought that up, but I think that's where one of the misses comes from the Democrats.
Yes.
I used to think it's really good to have a big tent. The Democrats do, but the problem with a big tent is not everybody's going to get a seat.
Right.
Somebody's going to be standing outside.
And we have to be okay with that. And that, because that's a part of the process. That's what happens when you have a big tent. But thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
I appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later. That's a great conversation, and those are the strategy conversations that we need to have kind of going forward. And I'm grateful that David Hogg is now part of the leadership team at the DNC. I don't know why I don't hear more about the races in Florida. We talk about it every day. I'll use this opportunity right now to remind folks again. Coming up on Monday, I'll be interviewing Gay Valamont. Gay is running for District 1, the seat to replace Matt Gaetz in Florida. That special election comes up on April 1st. Okay, you can sign up now. Make sure you're registered to vote. Again, that interview will be Monday morning, 9 a.m. A last plug for the nationalgroundgame.com. You can find that link in the link tree, and it's in my bio. And that will give you information about the organizations that are helping support Gay in a run for Congress. And also Josh Wheel, who's running in District 6. Both of those special elections are absolutely critical with an opportunity to stop this fascist agenda. So again, look forward to that. Just a programming note for tomorrow before I give Erica last words. Programming note for tomorrow. It is Valentine's Day. So, by the way, we're going to raid our friend Danny. D-A-N-I. Everybody knows Danny. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Hopefully you didn't forget like I did, but those things happen. So you've still got time to run out to your local florist or chocolatier. Chocolatier? Yeah, chocolatier.
Chocolatier.
Sure, that too. Or just pick up a card. Or run and hide, or do whatever. But that's tomorrow. So we'll have a regular show tomorrow morning, and then we'll do a Valentine's themed Facts After Dark tomorrow night. That could get spicy, and we have some special thank yous that we're going to be administering tomorrow during our Valentine's Day live. So join us tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Erica, last words.
Right. Okay. I don't want to hear anybody in the next 4 years talking about wanting polished politicians, right? Who say the right thing all the time and who look the part and who sound the part. I want scrappers. I want people who are going to get down and dirty, and I want people who are not afraid to tell someone to fuck off.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I want. I want the scrappers. I want the people who are gonna, I don't want the slick white guy in the suit with his hair brill creamed back. That's not what I want.
Me neither.
I want the people that are willing to get down and dirty and call people out for their bullshit.
Same.
Jasmine Crockett is exactly the human that I am thinking of when I say that. She's beautiful and polished to look at, but she is not afraid to get down and dirty. And those are the people that I want. I want those people, because you know what? Those people are like me. They are like us. They are normal people who have lived a life. I don't want anyone thinking about electing somebody who has led the most privileged life, ended up going to an Ivy League college, just because they speak, just because they're enigmatic and speak brilliantly. I do not want those humans to represent me here, and I don't want them to represent you either.
Yep.
Let's start
voting
for real people.
I want to see tatted up, face piercings, ride their motorcycle to Congress. I want people who are going to go and fuck shit up. Seriously, that's what I want. And just remember, the resistance is everywhere if you know where to look. Erica, thank you for being here today, friend. I appreciate you very much. We're going to rate our friend Dani, D-A-N-I. Tell her we said hello. Thank you, Mod.